In the year 20XX, the city of Seoul, South Korea, existed in an era of deceptive peace. Life was no different from any other day, lulling humanity into a false sense of security. But the peace that seemed destined to last forever was fragile. It was suddenly shattered by the appearance of enigmatic phenomena known as dungeons. The populace could only stare in terror, questioning the impossible sight before them. From these rifts emerged countless monsters, a tide of horrors unleashed upon the world. Humanity was cornered, plunged into an age defined by fear and survival. But in the face of despair, a new kind of power began to emerge. These new entities, called hunters, became humanity's only hope. They appeared by killing monsters, a strange evolution that allowed civilization to fight back and even prosper. The nature of this awakening remained a mystery, a new and violent law of existence. And among the masses was one man, about to learn his own place in this transformed world. He stood in line at an awakening center, waiting for his number to be called and his destiny revealed. When his turn came, the official noted his result with surprise. It was the first time they had seen a labor class. He was questioned further, as his evaluation showed no discernible skills or traits. He could only confirm the disappointing truth: he had received none. His journey eventually led him to a hunter supply store in Seoul's Sector 7. The man, Yoo presented himself to the owner to purchase supplies. While preparing some potions, the store owner paused with a look of recognition. He remembered the rumors about the man who awakened into the useless labor class. Yoo quietly confirmed his identity, accustomed to the curiosity. The owner pressed on, asking how it was possible to survive as a hunter without any skills. Jiha explained his modest role, stating that he avoids combat and simply gathers resources left behind by others. The owner considered his unusual profession a foreign concept in a world built on power. Other patrons in the store grew impatient, chiding the owner for wasting time on idle curiosity. The hunter's conversation shifted to news of a rank 3 dungeon, a threat so severe it required military tanks. One hunter spoke of his ambition to enter such a place, even as the nearby ambulances signaled immense danger. His companion quickly silenced him, a harsh reminder that their skills were nowhere near sufficient for such a challenge. The term rank 3 echoed in the store, a symbol of a world of power far beyond their reach. His business concluded, Yoo quietly departed from the store. As he walked, the talk of rank 3 dungeons lingered in his thoughts, a stark contrast to his own reality. He reflected on his own fate. It had been 5 long years since his awakening. 5 years since he was given the powerless, combat-useless class of laborer. He once dreamed of fighting in dungeons alongside other hunters, but his abnormal status made it an impossible fantasy. Instead, he resigned himself to a life of scavenging, picking up leftover monster parts and materials to sell. It was thankless work, unrecognized and dismissed by the guilds and proper hunters. Yet, the meager income was enough to support his one private hobby: reading old, forgotten books. Later, alone in his room, he let out a weary sigh. The ancient text he was studying proved to be far more difficult to decipher than he expected. Overwhelmed by the dense material and his own exhaustion, he slowly drifted off to sleep. He awoke with a sudden jolt, his senses on high alert. He found himself not in his room, but in a strange and unfamiliar forest. Realizing this was no dream, his hunter instincts took over, and he immediately tried to summon his status window for answers. The familiar window appeared, displaying his usual, underwhelming details as Yoo the laborer. He scanned his attributes, but found nothing special or out of place that could explain his situation. His attention shifted from his internal status to the bizarre forest that surrounded him. An eerie, unnatural silence hung in the air, with no sounds of life to be heard. His vision was obscured by a thick fog, blanketing the landscape in mystery. The only thing he could make out with any clarity was the ground directly beneath his feet. There, he noticed several broken twigs, as if a violent storm had recently passed through. He had never witnessed such a peculiar scene of destruction before. Nothing in his 5 years of scavenging had prepared him for a place like this. His eyes were then drawn to a faintly glowing plant, its properties somehow linked to ether consumption. He recognized it with shock. It was an ether herb, a plant of legendary rarity. He marveled at its power to nullify the consumption of ether, even if only for a few seconds. Ether was the fundamental energy source for all hunters. It was the fuel for every skill, with stronger abilities requiring a greater cost. He wished to collect some of the herb's precious liquid but realized with shame that he carried no bottles. As he lamented his missed opportunity, he noticed the plant was wilting and in danger of dying. Driven by an unfamiliar impulse, he felt compelled to help the struggling plant. Luckily, he found a small puddle of water nearby. He carefully tended to the herb, hoping his small act of kindness would be enough to keep it alive. In that instant, a system notification appeared before him. He had obtained the skill, Plant Amiability. A second message followed, granting him a trait known only as the Blessing of XXX. He stared in disbelief. After 5 years of nothing, he had suddenly gained both a skill and a trait. Before he could process the impossible event, the world around him began to distort and fade. His consciousness snapped back to his own room, leaving him to question if he had truly returned. His first thought was to dismiss the entire experience as an incredibly vivid dream. But then he noticed a strange, new mark on his hand, a tangible clue suggesting otherwise. It was undeniable proof that what had just happened was no dream at all. He awoke to find his hands covered in dirt, a tangible remnant of a world that felt more real than any dream. He questioned his own sanity, wondering if he was suffering from some form of sleepwalking. But he dismissed the idea. The dirt was too real, a sign that he could perhaps return to that strange place. Focusing his will, he tested the possibility of consciously re-entering the mysterious forest. To his astonishment, he found himself standing there once more, the world materializing around him. The forest seemed wider this time, the thick fog having cleared slightly to reveal more of its secrets. He began to suspect this was no ordinary place, but a personal dungeon only he could enter. His eyes then fell upon a sight that made him stop in his tracks. Before him grew a solar apple, a rare ingredient that could greatly amplify the effects of a health potion. He knew its value immediately. Such a find was nearly impossible even in high-ranked dungeons. And on top of that miraculous discovery, there was more. It was not just one or two, but an entire grove of the legendary fruit. With these and the ether herb, he realized he could create a potion of incredible power. His excitement was quickly tempered by a practical problem: how to carry them all back. As if in response to his thoughts, something materialized before him. It was a simple leather pouch, offered by the unseen forces of this place. He inspected it further, realizing it was a dimensional pouch, a high-value item in itself. He wondered if the items stored within could be sold at a general store back in his world. The convenient timing of its appearance was not just shocking, but deeply unsettling. Pushing his fear aside, he decided to gather what he needed and test the limits of his new reality. Meanwhile, at a famous hunter specialty store in Seoul, the atmosphere was one of controlled chaos. The store was packed with hunters, their impatience growing with each passing moment. A hunter desperately asked for resistance potions, only to be met with bad news. The employee informed him that they had completely run out of stock. With only 30 minutes until their dungeon entry, the hunter party frantically tried to contact other suppliers. Their calls were fruitless. It seemed every major potion shop in the area had been cleared out. A commanding voice cut through the noise, demanding to see the manager. The crowd turned, murmuring in awe as they recognized the famed hunter Seo Hyojin. Her equipment alone, rare artifacts from Tier 4 dungeons, spoke volumes of her power. She was the 12th ranked hunter in the nation, a living legend. The manager rushed out to greet her, stammering in the presence of such a high-profile client. She stated her business curtly, having come in person because her special order potion was not ready. He apologized profusely, explaining that a backlog of bookings had delayed her order, but she insisted she could not wait. She had to finish her preparations and enter her scheduled dungeon immediately. Far from the city's chaos, Uchiha carefully laid out the ingredients he had gathered: solar apple tears and ether herb liquid. He began to mix the potent substances, combining the concentrate with the liquid. A system window flashed before him, declaring his attempt a great success. Through his action, he had unlocked a new, unheard-of skill, alchemy. The resulting potion was extraordinary, temporarily nullifying all ether consumption while simultaneously regenerating health. He stared in disbelief, shocked to have gained an alchemy skill with such an overpowered result on his first try. He could only surmise that this incredible fortune was a result of the mysterious blessing trait he had acquired. His immediate thought was to sell the potion, but its unbelievable effects made him hesitate. He doubted anyone would believe its description, assuming it was a scam. Uchiha decided it would be better to test it for himself before attempting to sell it. Just as he made his decision, he was interrupted by an urgent voice. Seo Hyojin, having left the main store, approached him in desperation, asking if he had any potions at all. He tried to explain that while it was technically a health potion, its properties were unique. She cut him off, demanding to know its effects, her patience worn thin. With no time for an explanation, she declared she would take it. She threw a wad of cash at his feet, assuming it would be enough to cover the cost. Before he could protest, she told him to contact her guild for the remaining payment and vanished. He was left standing alone, stunned by her incredible speed and the abrupt transaction. Inside the dungeon, Seo Hyojin's support team watched in awe as she cleared a path, feeling more like spectators than participants. A veteran hunter advised a rookie to simply focus on gathering resources and not to bother the sword witch. He explained that she had changed since a past incident, shifting from a team player to a complete solo fighter. Their conversation was cut short by the sudden appearance of a menacing creature. The team stared in horror, recognizing the impossible threat before them. It was a monster from a Grade 4 dungeon, an anomaly that should never have appeared in their current location. Seo Hyojin struggled against the overwhelmingly powerful beast, its strength far exceeding her expectations. She screamed at her team to run, prepared to sacrifice herself to buy them enough time to escape. In that desperate moment, a memory of a lost loved one surfaced, a painful reminder of her past. She forced the memory down, steeling herself with the harsh reality that he was no longer there to help her. Her only option now was to believe in herself. And in the strange potion she had acquired just moments before. She uncorked the vial and drank its contents without a second thought. It felt less like a potion and more like pure energy, a sensation of power overflowing within her. With this newfound strength, she knew she had a chance. She felt capable of unleashing her ultimate skill. She could now go on a rampage. The potion allowed her to sustain her powerful sword rampage skill, an attack that was normally impossible to maintain. After defeating the monster, she understood that her impossible victory was entirely due to that mysterious potion. A single, burning question filled her mind: what kind of shop had she just stumbled upon? The next day, Seo Hyojin returned to the humble hunter store, her sudden appearance startling the owner. She wasted no time, immediately asking about the mysterious potion that had turned the tide of her battle. Her presence drew whispers from onlookers, who spoke of her incredible feat against a swarm of monsters. She apologized to Uchiha for her previous abruptness, her tone now serious and focused. He assured her it was fine, though he felt a sense of unease. Cautiously, he asked if there had been a problem with the potion he had sold her. She confirmed there was a problem: its effects were impossibly potent, far beyond any known alchemy. Giving full credit to his creation, she demanded to know its origin, questioning if he had brewed it himself. Unwilling to reveal his secret, Uchiha offered a lie, claiming he was lucky enough to find solar apples in a simple Tier 0 dungeon. His unbelievable claim only deepened the mystery, as such an ingredient should be impossible to find there. He wrestled with the thought of telling her about the forest, but the potential danger was too great. Instead, he simply stated that he was glad the potion had been helpful. He then presented another of his creations, an ice resistance potion, to demonstrate his craft. He described its effects, a 32% resistance boost lasting for a full 40 minutes. Hyojin was once again stunned, as its potency and duration far surpassed commercially available high-grade potions. She pressed him again, asking where he could have possibly acquired such an item. He examined his own status, noting the new alchemy skill that was the source of his power. He stuck to his story, vaguely attributing his finds to the Tier 0 dungeon. Sensing his clear discomfort, Hyojin decided not to press the matter any further. As payment, she offered him a small fortune, intent on buying all the potions he had. He protested, insisting the amount was far more than the potions were worth. She firmly stated that for items of such quality, the price was more than fair. Before leaving, she paused to ask for his name. He introduced himself as Uchiha. With their business concluded, she promised to see him again soon and departed. Later, Jiha returned to his sanctuary, planning to gather more rare materials. He recalled seeing deposits of glowstone and kindlegem deeper within the woods. He marveled at the peaceful nature of the forest, a place rich with resources but devoid of hostile monsters. His search was interrupted by an unfamiliar sound echoing from a nearby clearing. He crept closer to investigate, discovering an unexpected sight. A small, beetle-like creature stood guard, which he identified as a pterodrone, a mythic-class monster. He realized his path to the resources was blocked, but soon another group of creatures appeared. They were devil ants, a notoriously dangerous hazard-class monster known for swarming their targets. It became clear that the two powerful monster species were engaged in a territorial battle. He watched the conflict unfold, quickly noticing that the defending pterodrones were losing ground. It was clear they would be wiped out if the battle continued on its current course. A strange impulse rose within him, a desire to help the creatures that seemed to be the forest's protectors. As if sensing his intent, a system window materialized, asking if he wished to join the war on behalf of his pterodrones. He was stunned by the prompt, shocked that he was even given the option to intervene. More perplexing was the system's phrasing, which referred to the pterodrones as his own. Without hesitation, he chose to help them. The system informed him that his legion was losing and that he could use his essence to cast a powerful area of effect buff. A list of abilities appeared, including one called Laborer's Blessing. He understood that while he couldn't fight directly, he could provide critical support from the sidelines. Seeing he had just enough essence, he made his choice. He activated the Laborer's Blessing, channeling his unique power into the struggling creatures. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Empowered by his buff, the pterodrones swiftly annihilated the devil ant invaders. He approached the victorious creatures, offering a quiet thanks for their role in protecting the forest. In response, the pterodrones presented him with the spoils of their battle, a massive pile of essence and essence stones. He was taken aback, realizing they were offering him the entire reward for his assistance. While grateful, he felt it was not his to take. He insisted they were the ones who fought and risked their lives for this victory. As a gesture of fairness, he accepted only a single essence stone for himself. In the wake of his decision, the mysterious fog that shrouded the edges of the forest began to dissipate. He had only intended to stay for a short while to gather materials. But as new lands were revealed before him, he understood his connection to this place was deepening, and he would not be leaving for some time. In the new world defined by the appearance of dungeons and hunters, information became a critical commodity. To meet this need, a vast online community known as the Hunter Net was created. Currently, the forum was dominated by conversations surrounding the high-ranking hunter, Co Hyojin. Her personal quest drew a mixture of scorn and sympathy from her peers across the network. For 3 long years, she had obsessively scoured dungeons, searching for someone she had lost. Elsewhere, in a darkened room, a man was being chided for working tirelessly through the night. The man was Choi Chulian, a renowned alchemist for the powerful Eternal Flame Guild. He dismissed the concern, claiming he concentrated better in the dark before asking for a report on an assigned task. His subordinate confirmed he had investigated the matter in person. The subject of their investigation was Ujiha, a low-rank hunter with no discernible traits who appeared utterly unremarkable. The conversation then shifted to the true source of their interest, the solar apple. Somehow, the seemingly talentless Ujiha had acquired this legendary ingredient, brewed a potion, and sold it for a pittance. From a shadowed corner, the guild master began to analyze the bizarre situation. He reasoned there were 2 possibilities, the first being that Ujiha was simply ignorant of the item's true value. The second, more intriguing possibility, was that he was a man entirely without greed. Driven by curiosity, the guild master decided he would meet this mysterious potion maker himself. He declined the offer of a formal escort, preferring a more discreet approach despite his high standing. And so, Cha Waiyan, master of the Eternal Flame Guild, began to make his own quiet preparations. At the same time, Ujiha ventured deeper into his hidden forest, the air growing colder the further he went. He was keenly aware that he had yet to explore the full extent of this mysterious, personal domain. From the unexplored depths, he could feel a palpable, ominous energy. Unwilling to needlessly endanger himself, he decided it was best to turn back for the day. As he prepared to leave, he was met by the pterodrones he had previously aided. The creatures offered him a gift, a mist-chasing flower, which seemed capable of dispelling the fog. He accepted it graciously, noticing that one of the creatures seemed to have grown larger and stronger. Then, a chilling realization struck him, the pterodrones had come from the very place that emanated such a dangerous aura. A system window materialized before him, presenting a formal quest. The pterodrones were requesting his help to rescue their queen. He quickly understood their hive-like social structure and the importance of their matriarch. Feeling a sense of duty to the forest's protectors, he agreed to do what he could to help. However, acutely aware of the danger, he decided to postpone the mission until the next day to make proper preparations. The following day, he was ready. He gathered his supplies, including healing potions, poison resistance elixirs, and combat rations. With his preparations complete, he set off alongside the pterodrones to begin the rescue. They soon arrived at a massive, sinister structure, confirming it as the source of the ominous energy he had sensed. It was the nest of the devil ants, a fortress of chitin and earth. The entrance alone stood a daunting 3 meters tall, hinting at the scale of the colony within. Without a moment's hesitation, the war between the pterodrones and the devil ants reignited at the foot of the enemy stronghold. Jiha watched as his allies fought with renewed vigor, performing much better than in their previous encounter. Yet, despite their ferocity, he could see they were still in grave danger of being overwhelmed. The system prompted him once again, offering a single, limited opportunity to assist them with his power. He was presented with a bizarre and seemingly useless ability, to ground the winged ants with a strong slap. He could not fathom how such a ridiculous skill could possibly turn the tide of a full-scale war. Just then, his eyes locked onto a lone, winged devil ant breaking away from the main battle. A system alert clarified its role. It was a messenger, attempting to call for the main army's reinforcements. Suddenly, the purpose of his strange ability became crystal clear. It was the one perfect tool to stop that messenger. Focusing his will, he activated the skill and, against all odds, successfully downed the fleeing creature. Cha Waiyan, the Eternal Flame Guild Master, began his search for the general store that sold the miraculous solar apple potion. He knew that Seo Hyojin's recent, impossible victory over the Manstalker swarm was tied directly to this place. His goal was to uncover the secrets held by its mysterious owner. Arriving at the location, he approached a local shopkeeper to ask if the store was open. The shopkeeper informed him that the young owner had been absent since the previous day, noting his increasingly infrequent business hours. The old man grumbled about the lack of professionalism among the youth, unaware of the powerful figure he was addressing. The guild master was perplexed. He knew the store was closed on weekends, but this unscheduled absence was unexpected. He began to suspect that this man, Uchiha, was far more than he appeared to be. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden forest, Uchiha and the pterodrones had just concluded their fierce battle. Exhausted but safe, he considered the mission a success. His primary concern now was the status of the pterodrone queen, still trapped within the enemy nest. His worries were quickly put to rest as a party of pterodrones emerged, carefully carrying their rescued queen on a stretcher. He approached the wounded queen, reassuring her that she could now rest and recover. For rescuing their matriarch, the system notified him that he would be rewarded by the Pterodrone Corps. He saw it not as a transaction, but as a mutual alliance. They could now help each other grow stronger. His act of aid was met with an unexpected boon. The entire Pterodrone Corps pledged their allegiance to him, allowing him to sponsor them directly. He watched as the Pterodrone general, the one he had noticed growing stronger before, began to glow with a transformative light. Before his eyes, the creature's evolution completed. It had become a Pterodrone warrior, a far more formidable and imposing being. Its new form, armored and powerful, certainly looked the part of a true general. As was their custom, the Pterodrones began offering him the spoils of their victory. He politely declined the vast treasure, stating he would be satisfied with a small portion of essence and ether. However, the newly evolved Pterodrone general offered him a different kind of reward. It presented him with a handful of mysterious seeds, including wild grape. Among them was a peculiar, tree fruit seed, its properties unknown. He wondered what strange and powerful plants these seeds might produce. Trusting in the magic of his sanctuary, he planted them, confident the forest would nurture them to fruition. The next day, a party of hunters gathered at the entrance of a public dungeon. Their target was the Devil Ant Queen, a high-value prize for any raiding party. They knew the risks, but the potential monetary gain from plundering the ant nest was too great to ignore. However, upon entering, they found the dungeon eerily silent, prompting a frustrated hunter to check it himself, despite knowing that cleared dungeons don't reopen. It was clear that an attack had occurred, but the aftermath was unnatural. There were no living ants to be seen anywhere in the sprawling nest. The party leader ordered his men to search for any trace of the ants, refusing to believe the entire colony could have simply vanished. Their search led them to a shocking discovery imprinted on the ground. It was the unmistakable shape of a massive handprint, as if a giant had swatted the ground. Such a mark could only have been left by a monster of apocalyptic scale. A wave of fear washed over the party. Whatever did this could easily wipe them out as well. Elsewhere, Kim Hyung-suk, successor to the powerful Gokseong group, received a report confirming the devil ant nest had been mysteriously cleared. He knew this was not the work of any ordinary monster. The evidence pointed to only one conclusion. A disaster-grade entity, a world-ending threat, had appeared once again. This terrible incident was just another sign of the escalating dangers in their world. Back in the city, an unsuspecting Uchiha opened his store, greeting his first customer of the day with a simple thank you. A young woman arrived at the shop, apologizing for keeping him waiting. He calmly told her not to run, showing more concern for her safety than his own time. She confirmed she was fine and that the book she was carrying was safe, misinterpreting the source of his concern. She was Korea's one and only origami hunter, a unique and specialized class. Their long acquaintance had fostered a close, easygoing friendship. Changing the subject, she offered him breakfast, a small gift from her mother. He accepted gratefully, commenting on its pleasant aroma. She then presented him with another item, the book she had been carefully carrying. She explained that the bookstore manager was saddened by its constant returns, as people only bought it for decoration. Believing it would suit the interior of his shop, she had bought one for him, though she found its history of continuous refunds slightly unnerving. The moment he touched the book, a system window appeared, declaring he had acquired the infinite spellbook. A set of instructions materialized along with it, detailing the necessary components for inscription. To write a spell, he would need the feather of a thunderbird and various specialized inks. He asked his friend if she was certain it was just a decoration, but she confirmed it was blank and impossible to write on. Seeing his thoughtful expression, she worried he disliked the gift, but he assured her he was quite fond of it. After she left, he tried to write in the book himself, only to confirm that it was indeed impossible. He mulled over the instructions, finding information on the thunderbird was feasible, but obtaining its feather and the various inks was another matter entirely. Research described the thunderbird as a colossal, extremely rare avian creature found in desolate terrains. Hunting such a beast was far beyond his capabilities, and he resigned himself to using the spellbook as a simple decoration after all. As he idly copied the information from his research, another system notification appeared. He had acquired a new, peculiar skill, nice handwriting. He felt no different, but the strange nature of his recent acquisitions compelled him to investigate further. After receiving the nice handwriting trait, he began to experiment with its effects. His tests revealed two key properties of the new skill. First, even with his improved penmanship, he still could not write anything on the infinite spellbook. Second, any text he wrote by hand now appeared remarkably beautiful and clear. It was a surprisingly amazing trait in its own right, though its practical application was unclear. As he pondered this, a shimmering distortion appeared in the air before his handwritten notes on the thunderbird. He watched in disbelief as a dungeon gate began to open right in the middle of his room. The gate's information was specific: a rank 0 dungeon with the sole objective of obtaining a thunderbird's feather, restricted only to those with the labor class. He realized his nice handwriting skill must have somehow triggered this event, creating a direct path to his goal. Despite the potential danger, the dungeon's low rank convinced him to take the risk and retrieve the feather. Stepping through the gate, he found himself in what appeared to be the thunderbird's natural habitat. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him as the colossal bird descended from the sky. Its sheer size was breathtaking, as large as an entire building. The magnificent creature dropped a single, glowing feather at his feet, seemingly offering it as a gift. With the primary component acquired with impossible ease, he exited the dungeon. Now, all he needed was to find the required ink to complete the spell. He sought out his friend, the origami hunter, who quickly procured a vial of green herb extract for him. Grateful for her help, he now had everything he needed. With all the preparations complete, only one thing remained. He held the thunderbird feather like a pen, poised over the infinite spellbook. The time had come to discover for himself what secrets the ancient book held. He recalled a passage from an old book he had once read. It spoke of a great tree that taught 4 fundamental magic spells to the world. The first of these ancient magics was creation. The second was harmony. The final 2 were chance and destruction, but their raw power was notoriously difficult for mortals to control. To overcome this, an expedient method was devised to harness their might. He pieced the legend together. Ancient magic was too complex to use directly, so runewords were created as a conduit. The term runewords sparked a connection in his mind. He now understood that he was meant to engrave these symbols into his spellbook. His thoughts drifted to the mysterious tree seed he had planted, wondering if it was a descendant of the legendary world tree, before dismissing the idea as unlikely. While the meaning of the other runewords was obscure, he felt he understood the brutal simplicity of destruction. Using the thunderbird feather, he carefully wrote down all 4 runewords, starting with the most visceral one. As he finished, the page transformed into a tangible item, a scroll of change, specifically for destruction, meant to increase the power of rune magic. He realized that by writing a runeword, the page would turn into a consumable scroll. He then remembered a crucial detail about scrolls: to activate their power, they must be torn. But as he tore the page, something unexpected happened. The torn page did not vanish, but instead magically restored itself, leaving the spellbook whole once more. The implication was astounding. As long as he had enough ink, he could create an infinite number of scrolls. However, the scroll's vague description left him uncertain of its exact effect. It only stated that it increases the power of rune magic, a concept useless to a non-magician like himself. He knew he would need to find a way to test its properties to understand its true potential. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a new, imposing customer. The man identified himself as Cha Weian, expressing immense relief at finally finding him in the store. Uchiha apologized for his frequent absences, explaining that personal circumstances often kept the shop empty. Weian observed him, noting that the unassuming young man looked nothing like the extraordinary figure he had imagined. Deciding to be direct, Weian dismissed his own impatience and moved to the purpose of his visit. He formally introduced himself as the leader of the Eternal Flame Guild. Weian stated that he had heard rumors of special items being sold at this particular general store. Jiha immediately understood, correctly guessing that he was looking for the now famous solar apple potions. As a gesture of goodwill for the guild master's repeated, fruitless visits, Jiha offered to give him some items on the house. However, he then had to sheepishly admit that he was completely out of stock. He realized with some embarrassment that he had been neglecting his main job as a shopkeeper. His recent adventures with the Terradrones and the spellbook had consumed all of his attention. He promised to have the items ready if the guild master could return the next day. Seeing no other option, Weian reluctantly agreed to the arrangement. Just as he was about to leave, Jiha had a thought, remembering that Weian was the leader of the Eternal Flame Guild. On a whim, he decided to offer him the scroll he had just created. He presented it as a sample flame attribute scroll, a gift to make up for the wasted trip. Weian accepted, intrigued by the bold phrase written upon it, "Flame will burn everything." With their business concluded, the two men parted ways, promising to meet again tomorrow. As he walked away, Weian noticed the scroll in his hand beginning to glow with a faint, warm light. Later, inside a forest-type dungeon, Weian's guild members struggled against the relentless monsters. He noted that the dungeon felt unusually difficult, even for a high-ranked team. After a particularly vicious attack, his second-in-command checked to see if he was alright. Despite the high number of variables and the clear danger, Weian refused his subordinate's suggestion to retreat and reorganize. Dismissing concerns that he was overdoing it, he felt an unexplainable surge of confidence. In his current state, he felt as though he could accomplish anything. He ordered his guild members to fall back, preparing to unleash an attack of immense power. His team watched in awe as his flame magic erupted with unprecedented force, wondering if he had somehow leveled up his skills mid-battle. They feared that at this rate, his power would burn away the entire dungeon. Weian himself was stunned by the incredible output of his own magic. His mind raced, landing on the only possible explanation, the mysterious scroll given to him by the unassuming shopkeeper. The next morning, Uchiha prepared the order for the Eternal Flame Guild, feeling confident he had made enough. He carefully brewed both the solar apple and winter strawberry potions as requested. Knowing the guild master would arrive early, he worked quickly, hoping to finish packing before his high-profile customer appeared. Just as he finished, Cha Weian entered the shop. Jiha noted that he was not alone this time, accompanied by another guild member. Weian quickly dismissed the potion transaction, stating that they needed to talk first. Without preamble, the guild master placed a suitcase overflowing with cash on the counter. He surmised that Jiha was not a man motivated by money, which explained why he sold his miraculous potions so cheaply. Jiha quickly refuted the idea, admitting his flustered reaction was simply due to the sudden, immense sum of money. Weian explained that the scroll from the previous day had an effect that surpassed even S-grade artifacts. He felt that receiving such a cheap-grade item for free was fundamentally wrong. This confirmed Jiha's suspicion: the infinite spellbook was an item of incredible, world-altering power. Weian offered to wire the money directly if cash was uncomfortable, determined to compensate him fairly. To the guildmaster's surprise, Jiha politely but firmly refused, stating he had no right to accept the money. He explained that the scroll was merely a test sample, and he could not in good conscience accept payment for it. Wei Yin's demeanor turned serious as he warned Jiha of the danger his abilities represented. He presented a grim hypothetical: what happens when the world learns of a goose that lays golden eggs? The news of such power would inevitably spread. And the goose, he explained, would become a target for countless covetous individuals. He needed Jiha to understand that his amazing abilities were equally dangerous in a world governed by power. Having made his point, Wei Yin presented the true reason for his visit: an offer. He formally invited Jiha to join the Eternal Flame Guild. Wei Yin clarified that his earlier, ominous warnings were born of genuine concern, and a desire to prove his guild would protect, not exploit, him. Jiha was taken aback. Eternal Flame was a renowned guild known for its excellent treatment of its members. The guild master emphasized that such a powerful and conscientious organization held him in very high regard. He highlighted the guild's numerous alchemists, including his chief alchemist standing beside him, as potential research partners. With state-of-the-art facilities and a wealth of skilled peers, it would be an ideal environment for him to grow. Furthermore, he promised a generous salary and benefits package, tailored to Jiha's every wish. Confident his offer was irresistible, he ordered his subordinate to prepare the contract. However, Jiha politely declined, stating that such an esteemed position was too much for him. He humbly explained that he was just a low-rank hunter with no discernible attributes. The creation of his special items, he insisted, was not due to his own abilities. He attributed his success to a combination of sheer luck and the help of an amazing friend. Fearing these fortunate circumstances could disappear at any moment, he felt he lacked the confidence for such a role. Finally, he admitted that he had grown too attached to his small, quiet shop to simply leave it behind. The chief alchemist advised his leader to respect Jiha's wishes, seeing his mind was firmly made up. Jiha promised to heed the guild master's advice and be more careful, before cheekily adding that he'd be charging more for the potions. Wei Yin accepted the rejection, but warned him not to regret the decision if he found himself in danger later. As a parting gift, he left a small, humming bell, an artifact that would sound an alarm if he was ever in peril. Seeking solace from the stressful encounter, Jiha retreated to his personal forest. He found himself on a tranquil beach, the soothing sound of the waves a balm for his troubled mind. He was surprised to discover that his sanctuary contained more than just forests. With each new discovery, the place felt more and more like a personal paradise. Exhausted from the morning's events, he felt he was perhaps disqualified from being a proper store owner. Deciding to set aside his worldly concerns, he resolved to spend the day healing his mind and spirit. He would eat well and lose himself in the comfort of his books. He spent the rest of the day in quiet solitude within his dream forest. But in his search for peace, there was one crucial factor he had overlooked. In a world of hunters and dungeons, unexpected guests could arrive at any time, and anywhere. The serene sounds of the ocean washed over him, a calming presence in his secluded sanctuary. He lamented that in the real world, such tranquil seas were no longer safe for humans. If he had the power, he wished he could share this peaceful place with his friends. His quiet contemplation was interrupted by a strange sound, something akin to a cat's cry. He noted it was subtly different, more like the powerful cry of a large, wild beast. The sound grew nearer, drawing his attention toward its source. He soon found the creature, lying wounded and weak amongst the foliage. It was an actus, a creature far too large and powerful to be called a mere cat. Seeing its poor condition, his immediate instinct was to offer it one of his healing potions. As he tended to the injured actus, he noticed the arrival of his Terradrone allies. He realized they had been the ones caring for the creature, providing it with food. Deeply grateful for their kindness, he promised to bring them delicious food on his next visit to the forest. He felt a wave of relief as the actus accepted the potion without issue. The creature soon fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, a sign that it would be fine. As he watched over the slumbering beast, he pondered its origins, wondering where in this vast, unexplored dream world it had come from. A soft meow stirred him from his thoughts. He quickly apologized, realizing he had woken the recovering creature. The Actus, now awake and alert, looked at him with an overwhelmingly cute expression. It began to act affectionately towards him, rubbing against his leg like a common house cat. He recognized this behavior from stories. It was imprinting, a deep bond formed with the one who saved it. Deciding to give his new companion a name, he settled on Biam, the Korean word for tiger, fitting for its appearance. He offered the creature a place by his side, an invitation it eagerly accepted. Back at his shop, he formally introduced his friend, the origami hunter, to his new companion, Biam. Enchanted by the creature, she asked if she could pet him. However, as she reached out, Biam swatted her hand away with surprising force. She clutched her hand, more heartbroken by the rejection than hurt by the blow. It seemed the powerful creature was quite shy around strangers. Jiha gently chided his new friend for its rude behavior. He realized that keeping such a prickly and powerful creature in his small shop would present some challenges. Despite the difficulties, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, eager to show off his magnificent new friend. His thoughts were interrupted by the chime of the shop's door. It was Seo Hyojin, the high-ranking hunter, returning for another visit. He began to explain his recent absence when she suddenly froze, her eyes wide with shock. She stared, dumbfounded, at the massive tiger-like creature sitting calmly in the middle of the shop. He casually offered her a coffee, seemingly oblivious to her terror. Her panic escalated as the wild beast began to approach her. Jiha apologized, explaining that Biam would be living with him from now on, completely misreading her fear. He pointed out that the creature seemed to be asking for affection, not aggression. Hesitantly, Seo Hyojin reached out a trembling hand. She soon discovered that despite its intimidating appearance, Biam was as gentle as a kitten, a tiger only in name. Once she calmed down, Hyojin mentioned the uproar on the hunter net about the buff scrolls he had given away, noting even the Eternal Flame Guild Master had visited. She mused that while some might see him as dull or naive, she saw something else entirely. She believed his greatest strength was his innate ability to make others feel comfortable and at ease. Just then, a shrill, piercing sound filled the air, emanating from the humming bell gifted by the guild master. Outside, chaos erupted as citizens were ordered to evacuate, the sound of sirens blaring through the streets. Hunters arrived on the scene, immediately taking charge of the civilian evacuation. They urged the populace to move quickly, trying to contain the chaos of a Category 4 dungeon catastrophe. Despite the danger, some civilians took comfort in the presence of so many powerful hunters. They could only hope that the assembled heroes would be enough to stop the impending disaster. Back in the shop, Jiha tried to reassure a frightened Seo Hyojin, telling her that nothing bad would happen. Biam let out a low growl, sensing the danger outside, but Jiha was still too quick to dismiss the threat. He gently stroked his companion, trying to soothe the creature's unease. He convinced himself that the alarm must have been a false one. A dungeon catastrophe occurs when a hunting party fails their quest, causing monsters to pour out into the real world. While low-difficulty dungeons pose little threat, a catastrophe from a high-ranked dungeon is an entirely different story. Standard protocol demands a full military response, including armored forces and a civilian evacuation within a 20-kilometer radius. The most powerful high-ranking hunters are also immediately deployed to the front lines. From the fractured gate, the first wave of undead monsters began to emerge. The failed raid on the undead dungeon had unleashed a torrent of horrors upon the city. Hyojin knew that with this much enemy firepower, she would have to get away from the gate to be effective. She ordered the military to focus their fire on the gate itself, while her hunter team dealt with the escaped liches. The military commander agreed, hoping no other unforeseen variables would appear. His hope was short-lived, as a new, monstrous being of immense size began to crawl from the portal. Hyojin identified it as a bone dragon, immediately ordering all available firepower to be concentrated on it. The command was given, and the armored tanks opened fire. The soldiers poured everything they had into stopping the colossal beast. The bone dragon was a truly monstrous being, a walking calamity. Despite the full-scale military assault, the creature emerged from the explosions without a single scratch. Having weathered the storm of firepower, the beast let out a terrifying roar, declaring all before it as enemies. The hunters watched in confusion as the bone dragon simply passed them by, making no move to attack. Hyojin realized with dawning horror that the creature had a different, more terrifying goal. Its target was the civilian evacuation shelter. The monster continued its rampage, not even turning back to engage the hunters pursuing it. The hunters were faced with a grim choice: retreat and save themselves, or stand and fight for the people inside the shelter. Hyojin knew the situation was hopeless, but her conscience wouldn't let her run away. She moved to intercept the beast, a lone figure against an unstoppable force. Just as the bone dragon was about to strike her down, a blur of motion shot past, intercepting the attack. It was Biam, who had unleashed an enormous amount of demonic energy, freezing the colossal monster in its tracks. Seeing their chance, the other hunters prepared to unleash their most powerful attacks while the beast was immobilized. Hyojin needed no encouragement, readying her own ultimate skill. She unleashed her rampant flame, engulfing the frozen bone dragon in a maelstrom of fire. Yet even after the combined assault, the monster still stood, its immense demonic energy unabated. As the smoke cleared, Hyojin was shocked to see a familiar figure standing calmly amidst the battlefield. It was Uchiha, somehow present in the heart of the catastrophe. Beside him, Biam let out a soft meow, seemingly unfazed by the epic battle. After a grueling battle, the command center confirmed no vital signs from the bone dragon. The immediate situation was resolved. With the primary threat neutralized, the focus shifted to tending to the wounded and securing the area. Uchiha let out a sigh of relief, reflecting on the sheer insanity of the day's events. He gave his companion a grateful pat, acknowledging Biam's crucial role in their survival. His thoughts turned to the monstrous beings he had witnessed, a sight that stirred a deep anger within him. He felt compelled to document what he had seen, a record for those who would come after. Using his unique skill, he began to write down the details of the monstrous being. He described its immense size, grotesque appearance, and overwhelming power. As he wrote, he noticed that the information on MirWiki, the hunter's online encyclopedia, was updating in real time. Satisfied with his contribution, he closed his notes, feeling he had done enough for now. In a post-incident briefing, officials could only confirm that a massive, unexplained ether wave had occurred. It was painfully clear to all involved that their own hunters had not been the ones to kill the monstrous being. The question on everyone's mind was simple: if not them, then who? The leaders were hesitant to attribute the event to a human, considering it might have been a one-time natural phenomenon. However, the unprecedented update to MirWiki suggested that this was not an isolated incident, and something more was coming. A peculiar detail emerged from witness testimonies. Many reported hearing a cat's cry just as the ether wave exploded. Hyojin dismissed the detail as unimportant, noting that the unassuming store owner was also present at the shelter. She recalled that he was with his new pet, a creature that resembled a snow leopard. The next day, a crowd of reporters and hunters swarmed Uchiha's shop, creating a scene of chaos. He realized with a sinking feeling that they were here to see Biam. Worried, he tried to calm the crowd, fearing they would scare his timid companion away. Before he could react, Hyojin pushed through the crowd and scooped Biam into her arms. She held the creature up, questioning if this small, seemingly ordinary cat could truly be the source of the massive ether wave. Uchiha protested her rough handling, trying to protect his friend. Hyojin noted that she couldn't sense any ether from the creature at all. It seemed impossible that such a small animal could have caused an explosion of that magnitude. Her investigation was cut short as BM, annoyed by the manhandling, bit her sharply. Jiha calmly warned her that BM bites, a fact she had just learned the hard way. Hyojin shifted her line of questioning, confirming that he was at the shelter during the incident. She brought up the reports of a cat's cry being heard just before the monster retreated. After a moment of thought, and another sharp bite from BM, she dismissed the report as false. As she prepared to leave, Cha Weian, the Eternal Flame Guild Master, appeared at the edge of the crowd. He confessed to Hyojin that he wanted to witness her own recruitment attempt get rejected, just as his had been. Before departing, he promised Jiha that he would be back. Jiha could only reply that he was welcome anytime. Later, in the quiet of his room, Jiha researched a term he had heard, the Gehenna continent. The lore spoke of a land where many races lived in harmony with a great tree. To protect this land, the tree created powerful beings known as the nature gods. He read on, learning more about these divine protectors of Gehenna. A specific description caught his eye, a raging god with white fur and black spots. He paused, a shocking realization beginning to dawn on him. The pieces began to fit together, the coincidences surrounding him starting to make a strange kind of sense. The massive ether explosion, the stories of a cat's cry, it must have been BM's doing. The implication was staggering, his small, unassuming pet was, in fact, a god. Everything that had happened to him, his entire journey, was interconnected. From gaining his strange class to his alliance with the Terradrones, it was all linked. He felt as though he was part of a much larger, grander design. As this new understanding settled in, his own status window flickered to life before him. He looked at his stats, but something had changed. His class, previously listed as laborer, had been altered. It now read, XXX's worker. In a desolate, ruined land, a decision was being made after 10 long years of failure. With corruption spreading and resources dwindling, the leaders decided they had no choice but to bomb the area into oblivion. Meanwhile, in his own world, Jiha contemplated the divine being that had brought him into this dreamlike forest. He didn't understand why he was given such an important task, but he trusted there was a reason. With newfound resolve, he committed himself to helping his divine patron, Akatol. His attention was drawn to a distant disturbance, a strange purple energy corrupting a section of his forest. The source of the corruption revealed itself, an elder lich, a monster of the dread grade. It cackled madly, its intent clear, death to every living thing in its path. A system notification appeared, warning him that the elder lich would soon corrupt his entire land. While a direct counterattack was not yet possible, there were ways to reduce its malevolent influence. He knew what he had to do. He arrived at the corrupted zone to find an army of skeletal minions chanting praises to their dark master. Despite being a dread-grade monster, the lich and its minions looked almost comically small and cute. He wondered if his slap ability would work on them, an idea quickly dismissed by BM. BM indicated that these undead needed to be destroyed completely, just like the devil ants. His quest updated with two clear objectives: destroy the lich's life source and cleanse the nearby land. He decided to tackle both tasks simultaneously. His eyes were drawn to a tattered flag flying over the undead encampment. He recognized the crest of the ancient Estram kingdom, a detail that added a layer of mystery to the situation. This implied that the undead soldiers were once the royal army of that forgotten kingdom. But their origin was unimportant, what mattered now was that they were actively corrupting his land. His path forward was blocked by a large boulder, a mundane yet effective obstacle. He considered leaving the task to his powerful Terradrone warrior. The system offered him a choice: expend his own essence to move the rock, or delegate the task to his allies. He chose to use his own power, conserving his allies' strength for the battle ahead. With the path cleared, he and his Terradrone army advanced towards the Elder Lich's life source. He noted with pride how much stronger his allies had become. They were now a true, formidable army. The Elder Lich shrieked in rage as its undead soldiers were systematically dismantled. Even as its forces crumbled, the Lich continued to chant its mantra of death. Jiha decided to even the odds, bestowing his laborer's blessing upon his Pterodrone warriors. The empowered Pterodrones tore through the remaining undead peasants with ease. The Lich sneered, claiming that destroying its minions was pointless as long as its life sources remained. Its confidence shattered as it watched the Pterodrone warrior approach one of its phylacteries. The Lich tried to intervene, but it was too late, the warrior was already in position. As the phylactery was destroyed, the Pterodrone warrior began to evolve once more, becoming a mighty Pterodrone knight. With the battle won, Jiha began gathering the spoils of war. His loyal Pterodrones brought him a great deal of loot, for which he was deeply grateful. Among the treasures, one item stood out, feeling larger and more significant than the rest. It was the royal seal of Estram, confirming his suspicion about the undead army's origin. The unique artifact pulsed with power, granting a bonus to his mentality and a new trait, Conqueror's Charisma. He decided to hold on to it for now and deal with its implications later. With the first objective complete, he turned his attention to the second, cleansing the corrupted land. He picked up a handful of the blighted earth, knowing it would disintegrate if he simply brought it back to the pure parts of the forest. BM approached him, nudging a vial of ink and indicating the spellbook, as if suggesting he write a scroll. Jiha was hesitant, unsure which of the unknown runewords could possibly help. Before he could decide, BM snatched the vial of corrupted earth from his hand. As the divine creature began to cleanse the land with its own power, a new rune word appeared in Jiha's mind, harmony. Under the influence of harmony, the corrupted soldiers and the blighted land simply vanished. In the aftermath of the cleansing, the leader of the ruined land declared that their peace had been restored. His second-in-command, however, saw the declaration as utter bullshit, knowing the true threat still remained. The leader was suddenly interrupted by a subordinate, crying out that the tree's race had appeared, urging him to stop his speech. A figure emerged from the light, a calm, welcoming presence in the desolate wasteland. A young girl appeared, her presence a stark contrast to the surrounding ruin. Back in the real world, a news report covered the aftermath of the Elder Lich incident. The reporter noted the strange lack of any combat traces where the undead army had been. Officials theorized this could mean all the Liches were eliminated, but the purple, corrupted lands remained a mystery. The report then shifted to the appearance of a mysterious new monster, one never seen before. Experts speculated it could be a new disaster-grade threat. Watching the broadcast, Jiha was shocked to see his own Pterodrone on the screen, questioning how it got there. He knew it wasn't a disaster-grade monster, but a powerful mythic-grade ally. Returning to his forest, he found his Pterodrones waiting for him, and he had some questions. He decided it was time to have a serious talk with his otherworldly allies. He directly asked if they were the ones who had appeared in the real world. The creatures seemed to shy away from his questioning, a silent admission of guilt. Ignoring their attempt at a bribe, he pressed them for a straight answer. The Pterodrones instead presented him with a massive pile of rewards for his help in cleansing their former home. He was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of ether stones and essences, wondering how he would manage it all. Among the treasures was the ether stone from the Elder Lich itself, an item worth millions. BM let out a curious meow, his attention fixed on the pulsating artifact. Seeing his companion's interest, Jiha playfully offered the priceless stone to him. To his utter shock, BM began to eat the ether stone, consuming its raw energy. He theorized that ether must be the natural energy source for creatures from his dream world, which explained their fascination with him. With his newfound wealth of essences, he decided it was time to upgrade his own stats. Though his class was still worker, he felt a definite increase in his strength. He felt a sense of satisfaction, no longer obsessed with the idea of becoming a conventional combat hunter. A message arrived, an invitation to a latecomer party for a newly discovered dungeon. The scale of the party indicated a dungeon of significant size and importance. At the dungeon entrance, the rumors were confirmed. It was the first S-rank dungeon to appear in years. The sheer number of hunters gathered for the latecomer party was unprecedented. Low-rank hunters like him hoped to get lucky, though the chances of finding anything valuable were slim. Amidst the crowd, a familiar figure appeared, Co Hyojin. The other hunters watched in awe, commenting on her beauty even in full battle armor. They spoke of her recent exploits, how she single-handedly completed quests while high-rank support teams could only watch. He approached her, confirming that she, too, was joining as a latecomer. Other hunters watched their interaction, wondering about the identity of the man speaking so casually to the famous hunter. Hyojin warned him that an S-rank dungeon, even for latecomers, could be extremely dangerous. His expression turned serious. If she was going into danger, then perhaps there was a way he could help. Jiha offered his assistance to Co Hyojin, his expression serious and determined. She agreed, deciding they could proceed separately to cover more ground. To facilitate this, she offered to grant him full authority regarding the latecomer party's operations. With the terms of their temporary alliance settled, they prepared to enter the dungeon. Inside, Hyojin pointed out some rare plants, noting that most hunters would simply pass them by, unaware of their value. As they prepared to venture deeper, Jiha paused, sensing a familiar presence. BM had followed them into the dungeon, his paws already getting dirty. Hyojin commented on the creature's healthy appearance, surmising that he must be feeding it well. Jiha wryly agreed, thinking of the priceless ether stones that now comprised his companion's diet. With BM now part of their expedition, the trio set off into the depths of the S-rank dungeon. Hyojin brought up the news report from the previous day, asking about the giant handprint. She connected it to the appearance of the mythical-level Pterodrone. For Jiha, this was undeniable proof that the creatures from his dream forest could indeed cross over into the real world. Their conversation was cut short as a new threat emerged, prompting Hyojin to shield him. As the monster lunged, she stood her ground, ready for a fight. She recognized this area of the dungeon with a sense of dread. It was the very place where the legendary rank 1 hunter had mysteriously disappeared. Such a dangerous location meant the dungeon's true difficulty was at least category rank 5. She quickly formulated a plan, telling Jiha to run towards the entrance the moment the monsters attacked. The area was swarming with high-class monsters, far too many for them to handle alone. But before they could act, BM leaped into the fray. To their astonishment, the divine creature let out a powerful roar. The entire horde of high-class monsters turned and fled, scattering in terror. BM returned, proudly dropping a strange, writhing plant at Jiha's feet. It was a human trap plant, but it had shed its human-like disguise and was attempting to escape. Hyojin stared at the bizarre creature, admitting she had never seen anything like it. With the immediate threat gone, she turned her attention to their original problem. Jiha made a surprising suggestion, that they should continue forward together. He acknowledged the danger, but felt compelled to press on. Hyojin agreed, trusting that he would protect her if things went wrong. As they walked, Hyojin suddenly stopped him. She pointed ahead, toward a cave entrance in the distance. A faint, ethereal light emanated from deep within the cavern. Hyojin voiced a desperate hope that the answer to her long search lay within that cave. Inside the glowing cave, they found strange rock formations, evidence of some unnatural erosion. Co Hyojin's sharp eyes spotted traces of dried blood on the cavern floor. The blood trail led them to a makeshift camp, and a familiar piece of discarded equipment. She recognized it instantly, a sign that the person she sought, her brother Sunghyuk, had been here. Jiha theorized that since the blood trail ended at the camp, he must have healed himself here before moving on. Hyojin clung to that hope, desperately wanting it to be true. Near the campsite, Jiha discovered a strange, pulsating object half buried in the rock, a symbiote egg. The term felt familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. He made a mental note to research it further once they left the dungeon. As they prepared to leave the cave, Hyojin offered him her sincere gratitude. With this new lead, she felt more determined than ever to find her brother. She thanked Jiha again, remarking on the strange luck that seemed to follow him. He was flustered by the compliment, unsure how to respond. With their objectives complete, they decided to part ways for the day. Back in his room, Jiha racked his brain, trying to remember where he had seen the term symbiote before. His research was interrupted by a playful pounce from Biam. He chuckled at his companion's antics, the tension of the day melting away. His peaceful moment was shattered when he entered his dream forest and was met with an unbelievable sight. The small sapling he had planted had grown into a massive, towering tree overnight. The impossible growth confirmed his deepest suspicion: this tree was the legendary world tree. As he stared in awe, one of the pterodrones presented him with a large, mysterious fruit from the tree. A system message appeared, informing him that the pterodrone knight wished to offer him a gift. He accepted, marveling at how dependable and proactive his allies had become. As he bit into the fruit, a wave of euphoria washed over him, a sensation of pure, unadulterated bliss. His pleasant experience was cut short by a sudden, violent tremor shaking the entire forest. From the base of the world tree, a new form of life began to emerge, sprouting from the ground like strange, fleshy fungi. He watched as a group of sleeping symbiotes, nurtured by the tree's power, finally awakened. Another system notification appeared, declaring that the restoration of the world tree had officially begun. With the birth of the symbiotes, the system declared that the world tree had been restored. Jiha felt a wave of relief, grateful that the ancient tree was now healthy and thriving. In response to his efforts, the restored world tree bestowed its blessing upon him. A dormant destiny, long hidden within him, was finally awakened. His class officially changed, solidifying his new role, the world tree's worker. As he surveyed his domain, he noticed the entire forest had become much richer and more vibrant. Even the fruits he cultivated had leveled up, a sign of the tree's powerful influence. He realized this meant he could now craft twice the amount of potions for sale. He understood that there must be a reason the world tree was granting him this incredible opportunity. Restoring the world tree was no longer just a task, it was his fate, his dormant destiny made manifest. Biam's cry for food brought him back to the present, a grounding reminder of his worldly responsibilities. As he fed his companion, a system notification appeared for one of the items. The red trout, once a simple food item, now granted a new skill upon consumption, extrasensory perception. The skill would increase all his senses and reflexes, a powerful boon for a non-combatant. He checked his other items and noticed a similar change. His dimensional pouch now had a detailed description, its properties fully explained by the world tree's blessing. With his new, detailed knowledge, he and Biam returned to the real world. He arrived at his shop to find a massive crowd of hunters gathered outside. As he began to hand out his newly crafted potions, the hunters thanked him profusely. Suddenly, a boisterous voice cut through the crowd, demanding to know what he was doing. The man, clearly a high-ranking hunter, seemed oblivious to the value of the potions being distributed. He examined one, its detailed description clearly stating its potent paralysis resistance. Another potion promised a significant health recovery, its effects precisely quantified. The hunter cried out in frustration, realizing he had missed his chance to acquire such valuable items. Jiha watched the chaos, accepting his new role. He would use this ability bestowed upon him by the world tree. He would craft potions for everyone's sake. With the last of his potions distributed, he wished the departing hunters well. Just as the crowd dispersed, his friend, the origami hunter, arrived. She asked about the commotion, and he explained the situation. She had seen the rumors on the hunter net about a sanctuary for hunters and came to investigate, only to find it was his humble shop. The large hunter from before returned, asking if Jiha had any more of his miraculous items. He pointed to the potion descriptions, questioning if their precisely written effects were truly accurate. Jiha confirmed they were, based on feedback from those who had used them. The hunter was astounded, their performance was truly incomparable to any other potions on the market. His attention then turned to a strange, sloppily made scroll, its only redeeming quality being the amazing handwriting upon it. He asked about its effects, his curiosity piqued. Jiha vaguely described it as a charm that brings good luck. Its true name was the Scroll of Creation, Wish. The scroll promised to make a small wish come true, though its exact mechanics were a mystery. In a nearby dungeon, two hunters were struggling against a stubborn monster. One chided the other for complaining about a minor injury, despite his massive size. The larger hunter was sent flying, groaning that he was going to die. His partner criticized his sloppy fighting, questioning why he even carried a sword. Suddenly, the monster they were fighting took flight and escaped. The smaller hunter, holding the wish scroll, watched as its description updated. After experiencing a small misfortune, the chance of obtaining special items would now be greatly increased for a limited time. Just as the effect activated, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. A hidden chamber was revealed, and from the darkness, a desperate cry for help echoed through the cavern. From the newly opened cavern, a desperate man cried out, certain he was about to die. He was ambushed by a lich, a servant of the self-proclaimed God of Light. The hunters who had fallen into the chasm were stunned by the sight before them. They had stumbled upon a massive treasure hoard, including the legendary longsword of the Lion Troop. It was the lost hideout of a famous mercenary company. The lion crest confirmed it, this was the treasure of the Lion Troop from the old Gemarch Empire. The hunter holding the wish scroll was overjoyed, his wish had truly come true in the most spectacular way. His partner urged caution, reminding him that the unstable cavern could collapse again at any moment. As if on cue, another earthquake shook the dungeon, widening the chasm. Deciding it was too dangerous to proceed, the party resolved to turn back. But as they retreated, they spotted the man who had been ambushed by the lich. He was grievously wounded, his screams echoing through the collapsing cavern. The hunters recognized him as a fellow guild member, crying out his name in shock. The injured man pleaded for help, his voice filled with desperation. He cried out that he didn't want to die here. Meanwhile, in the tranquility of the dream forest, Jiha was witnessing a different kind of chaos. Giant earthworms, summoned by the symbiotes, had tilled the land, making it incredibly fertile. BM approached him, presenting a strange, dangerous-looking seed and indicating that he should plant it. Jiha hesitated, sensing a palpable danger from the ominous seed. Relenting to his companion's insistence, he agreed to plant it, trusting in the divine creature's judgment. BM seemed satisfied, the strange task now complete. His peaceful gardening was interrupted by a knock at his shop door back in the real world, despite it being closed. It was his friend, the origami hunter, who handed him a towel for his dirt-covered hands. He was surprised to see her, but she was not alone. The two hunters from the collapsed dungeon were with her, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. They accused him of fraud, claiming his good luck charm was far more powerful than advertised. The scroll's description had updated, revealing a new effect, a hidden dungeon that wasn't there before had appeared. Jiha could only laugh, suggesting they all wash up first before discussing the incredible events. He asked them to explain what in the world had happened. They recounted their tale of entering the Viper dungeon, only for it to be destroyed by giant earthworms. They had nearly died, but their misfortune led them to an incredible discovery. They described the secret hideout of the Black Lion Troop, hidden at the dungeon's entrance. Among the treasures, they found something that would make him lose his mind. It was an ancient document, a journal of sorts. Though it was written in an ancient language they couldn't decipher, Jiha could read it perfectly. Recognizing his ability, the hunter presented another artifact from the hoard. It was a damaged map of the mythical Gehenna continent. Jiha's eyes widened, this was an item of unimaginable historical value. He humbly asked if he could borrow the map, just for a few days. Overjoyed by the validation of their discovery, the hunter offered him the entire treasure hoard. Jiha, stunned by their generosity, offered them a month's supply of his best potions in return. The deal was struck, the hunters impressed by his cool demeanor and fair trade. A woman bid farewell to her children, promising to return soon. With the supplies she carried, she hoped to provide enough for them for the week. Elsewhere, Jiha felt overwhelmed by the sudden influx of tasks, preparing for business, reading the Knight Commander's logbook, and more. Feeling tired, he decided to retreat to his garden with Biam for a while. He planned to make the potions later, after tending to his duties in the Dream Forest. His first priority, however, was to examine the ancient map and logbook he had acquired. He quickly realized that the Gemarch Empire's geography was vastly different from his own world. Even the names of places and the monsters that appeared were completely foreign. He managed to find 2 points of reference. The location of the Elder Lich corresponded to the Estram Palace, and the monster forest was near a place called Mount Apido. If he could pinpoint where the monsters appeared in the real world, he might be able to map the 2 dimensions. He realized his Terradrones, being native to this world, might hold the key to understanding its layout. But as he looked around, he found that his loyal allies were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, announcing that a powerful enemy had materialized. It was a Cyclops, a monstrous giant that had breached the sanctity of his forest. He knew of the creature. It was a disaster-grade monster that had first appeared in China. Its previous appearance had required the deployment of an entire army to subdue it. Such a creature had never been seen in his country before, let alone in his personal sanctuary. He surmised that the Terradrones were likely already engaged in battle with the new, powerful threat. Taking on the role of an observer, he decided to write down the creature's characteristics for his mere wiki entries. As he watched the battle unfold, he noticed the Terradrones executing a complex, coordinated plan. They were attempting to cut off the Cyclops' ether flow, a sophisticated and difficult tactic. The Terradrones then skillfully maneuvered to redirect the powerful light beam from the Cyclops' eye. Their strategy was a resounding success, a truly amazing feat of tactical prowess. He recalled reading that the standard strategy against a Cyclops was to deflect its rays with a specially crafted ether stone shield. Against all odds, his Terradrone army had defeated the disaster-grade Cyclops. He praised his allies for their incredible performance, his voice filled with pride. As he prepared to collect the spoils, including the valuable ether stones, a new alert chimed. A flood of system messages appeared, rewarding him with a massive amount of essence for the victory. His total essence in possession skyrocketed to a staggering 325. As he examined the mere wiki entry he had just written, a new option appeared. He could now spend 10 essence to view a detailed strategy guide for the Cyclops' core. This was a new and unexpected feature of the system, a way to purchase restricted information. He dismissed it at first, confident that he could gather the information himself through conventional means. He scoffed at the basic information provided, noting the obvious characteristics of the monster. But as he scrolled down, he found the most crucial information was locked. The final, definitive strategy for defeating a Cyclops was hidden behind the same 10 essence paywall. He checked his own inventory, realizing with a jolt that he didn't have any essence on his person. The 300 essence he had just earned existed only within the system, inaccessible for this kind of transaction. Jiha wondered why all the high-ranking hunters had suddenly gathered in one place. The topic of conversation was the mere wiki entry from the previous day. The newly revealed strategy guide for the Cyclops core was causing a massive stir in the hunter community. Hunters marveled at the information, noting that even a small amount of essence could now grant a significant stat increase. They praised the anonymous author's amazing writing, unaware of its true origin. The excitement was palpable, as a Cyclops dungeon had never appeared in their country before. Given the monster's high level, an official raid would be impossible to organize in time. Just as rumors began to spread, a new dungeon gate materialized, confirming their hopes and fears. The Hunter Association immediately mobilized, calling for an emergency assembly of all available hunters. With the Mir Wiki server locked down, there was no risk of foreign intervention in the raid. The operations center monitored the hunters in real time, their safety being the top priority. One hunter, having exhausted his essence in a previous battle, questioned if the new strategy would truly work. With no time to waste, the assembled hunters prepared to begin the raid. The raid leader issued orders, positioning the tankers with reflective shields according to the new strategy. Jiha's friend, the large hunter, confidently took his place, now armed with a powerful attack buff. From his shop, Jiha watched the live broadcast of the raid, seeing both Seo Hyojin and Cha Weian on the front lines. He now understood that recording a strategy in his infinite spellbook would automatically upload it to Mir Wiki for all to see. He considered sharing the Terradrone's advanced attack strategies in the future, a thought quickly interrupted by a new alert. Another monster had appeared in his dream forest, demanding his immediate attention. The system notified him that a wounded World Eater required his help. He descended into a deep cavern, following the quest marker to the creature's location. He found a colossal whale, beached and dying in the subterranean sea. The massive amount of essence he had received now made sense, it was a resource provided for this very purpose. He poured his energy into the creature, hoping it would be enough to restore its health. But as he healed it, the World Eater began to thrash violently, its form shifting and distorting. The violent transformation subsided, revealing the creature's original, much smaller form. The now adorable creature nuzzled against him, its cuteness overwhelming. He reveled in the moment, petting its soft fur. The massive expenditure of essence had been well worth it. As he turned to leave, Biam let out a warning cry. The healed World Eater was returning, its intentions unclear. It playfully nudged him, a mischievous glint in its eyes. As a reward for his help, the creature regurgitated a massive pile of treasure. It was offering him the entire hoard as a gift. With a final, grateful chirp, the World Eater departed, promising to reunite with him again in good health. Just as one crisis was averted, a breaking news report flashed across a nearby screen. A huge sea monster had appeared off the southern coast of the Korean peninsula. A naval captain stared in disbelief at the colossal sea monster before him. He recognized it as a destruction-grade threat, a creature capable of leveling entire nations. Later, a news report confirmed that the sea monster, once threatening the Korean peninsula, had been pushed back toward southern Japan. Back in his shop, Jiha and the origami hunter worked together, meticulously restoring the map of the Estram kingdom. She was impressed by his detailed knowledge, remarking that it seemed as if he had seen the ancient kingdom with his own eyes. He demurred, giving credit for the information to his Terradrone allies. The map was now incredibly detailed, with even the ancient roads clearly drawn. With the southern area of the Tails River added, their restoration of the kingdom's map would be complete. His friend questioned his dedication to the project, wondering if it was more than just a simple hobby. He confided in her, revealing his belief that Seo Hyojin's missing brother was still alive somewhere in the Gehenna continent. By making effective use of the tools the World Tree had given him, he was certain he could find him. His friend bid him farewell for the night, needing to prepare for an early departure the next day. He was grateful for her help, as it had allowed him to gather data much more quickly and even discover a new secret. Among the treasures from the World Eater, he had found a trace of life scroll, an item that could confirm a living being's location. Upon using it, he was amazed to find that it not only revealed a person's location but also the unique energy they carried. He turned to Biam, apologizing for the noise and the intense energy of the spell. He noticed that since the World Eater incident, the energy within his dream forest had become much clearer. The fruits of his labor had also improved, the solar apples now at level 3. The next day, the symbiotes greeted him, having already harvested the fruits from the World Tree for him. He noticed they seemed agitated, as if something was wrong. They pointed towards the World Tree, silently urging him to climb it. He agreed, confident in his climbing expertise. From the top of the colossal tree, he could see the edge of his garden. Beyond it, stretching to the horizon, lay the vast, uncharted expanse of the Gehenna continent. He promised to feed the hungry symbiotes as soon as he got down. But getting down from such a height proved to be a problem. As he lost his footing and began to fall, he cried out for Biam to save him. A giant, leafy vine shot out from the tree, catching him safely and lowering him to the ground. He realized it was the strange, dangerous plant he had planted earlier, now grown into a helpful ally. He made a note to add its information to the Mir Wiki, another secret of his garden to be shared with the world. Jiha presented his plan to get to Mount Apido to Seo Hyojin. The name sounded familiar to her. She recalled it was the destination of the last survivors of the Estram kingdom. He explained that, according to the Terradrones, the dungeon where her brother's trace was found was near the Tails River. The ancient map confirmed that the Tails River flowed south of Mount Apido. The conclusion was clear: to find her brother, they would have to go to Mount Apido. Jiha was confident he could get there, a statement Hyojin didn't doubt. She agreed to his plan, leaving the difficult journey in his capable hands. With their next course of action decided, they prepared to get something to eat. But as they turned to leave, they realized Biam had suddenly vanished. A faint sound drew their attention, a clue to his whereabouts. They followed the sound, heading towards the unexpected disturbance. They found Biam sitting calmly beside a man who introduced himself as the head of Hunter Management. Jiha introduced himself in return, surprised by the high-ranking official's presence. The manager praised him, stating that the potions and strategies he had provided were extraordinary. He revealed that he had found something Jiha would like while researching an ancient book. It was a new runeword, trace, which could be used to make a new type of change scroll. He asked how Jiha was able to create these scrolls, questioning if he was translating ancient texts. The manager then posed a more direct question, asking if he had made a contract with a part divine being. Jiha was stunned that this man knew about the existence of demigods. The manager stressed how important Jiha had become to the entire Korean hunter society. He offered the full support of Hunter Management for any of Jiha's future endeavors. The man's assistant interjected, playfully chiding his boss for mixing personal admiration with official business. She apologized for the manager's well-known workaholic tendencies. Jiha expressed his gratitude, promising to treat them to a nice meal sometime. As the officials left, the manager vowed that Hunter Management would remember this favor. With the new runeword in hand, Jiha immediately set to work creating a new scroll for Hyojin. He sketched a rough map of the area around the Estram kingdom, marking the mountain and river. He explained that if she used the scroll in a similar terrain while thinking of her brother, it would work. The scroll would reveal his exact location, provided he was nearby. He apologized for not being able to test it, as it was the last of his special ink. Overwhelmed by his kindness, Hyojin could only call him a good person. He brushed off the praise, stating that friends were supposed to help each other. She offered her own help in return, for anything he might need in the future. Flustered by her intense sincerity, Jiha could only stammer an excuse and run away. In a hidden sanctuary, a devoted guardian watched over his post, recognizing the presence of Arctis, the fawn of the god. The devoted guardian confronted a being enslaved by evil. He derided the being as a coward, questioning its presence in this sacred place. The being dismissed the guardian's words as meaningless bravado. Enraged, the guardian lashed out at the arrogant creature. The evil being revealed that the world tree's restoration had already begun. The guardian declared that he was the god's proxy, his opinion the only one that mattered. The being grew impatient, demanding the guardian cease his prattling and submit. Back in the real world, the hunters who received Jiha's potions expressed their immense gratitude. The large hunter showed off a new artifact, its stats and abilities clearly displayed. It was a rare artifact that boosted sword skills and increased attack speed for a limited time. His partner was surprised by his specific knowledge, learning he had finally acquired an appraisal skill. She congratulated him on finally awakening a skill of his own. Their celebration was cut short by the envy of a nearby hunter, who accosted them. The partner warned him to be careful, as hyenas looking to prey on the fortunate were everywhere. He knew he had to be cautious, just as Jiha had advised. Jiha and Hyojin finally arrived at the Tails River, its clear waters more beautiful than he had imagined. With the map as their guide, they prepared to use the traced scroll to find her brother. Hyojin praised Jiha's remarkable map-making skills, wondering if there was anything he was bad at. Jiha reviewed the description of another of his scrolls, the Scroll of Creation, which increased the chance of finding special items after a minor setback. As Hyojin activated the traced scroll, it suddenly malfunctioned, exploding in her hands. The explosion sent her hurtling off the cliff's edge, and Jiha screamed for her to hold on. Just as she was about to fall, the World Eater swooped in from the sky, catching her safely. Jiha cried out in relief, asking if she was okay. The World Eater gently placed her back on the ground, unharmed. Jiha thanked the magnificent creature for its timely intervention. As the World Eater departed, Hyojin noticed something revealed by the explosion. A hidden magic circle, previously concealed by the rock, was now clearly visible. Jiha thanked the World Eater for its timely rescue, grateful to be alive. His friend teased him for his clumsiness, but noted the expensive-looking artifact he had acquired from the lucky accident. It was a production artifact, capable of increasing his hand techniques by 10%. He marveled at the immediate, tangible improvement in his crafting skills. With the latecomer party about to close, they decided it was time to head back. They bid each other farewell, promising to meet again the next day. Back in his room, Jiha examined the magic circle, realizing its true purpose. It was a portal, a gateway between dimensions that could only connect to a place with a matching magic circle. This was the key, a way to move freely between Earth and the Gehenna continent. He returned to his dream forest to find that BM had run off somewhere. Trusting his companion would return soon, he decided to get some work done in the meantime. He called out to his symbiote allies, but was met with an unfamiliar sight. A strange, withered creature had appeared in his garden, its origin a mystery. A system message identified it as Growler, a messenger of the gods, who was asking for his help. As he channeled the world tree's power into the creature, it began to regain its strength. The once withered messenger was now large and healthy, restored to its full glory. Jiha mused that the creature was terrible at naming things, but welcomed it nonetheless. With the arrival of Growler, a divine messenger, the number of his Terradrone followers suddenly increased. His affinity with animals and leadership skills were boosted, allowing him to command a larger and faster herd. He also gained a new passive skill, Persistent Hunter, allowing him to detect movement within a 2-kilometer radius. With this new power, crossing the Grand Plain to reach Mount Apido now seemed entirely possible. He praised his animal companions for their hard work. As a reward, he offered them a special treat, a red dango. But before Growler could take a bite, BM swooped in and snatched it away. A playful rivalry sparked between the two divine beasts, a competition for their master's favor. As they squabbled, Co Hyojin's voice cut through the noise. She had found her way into his sanctuary. She admitted her surprise, having not expected an invitation to this hidden world. Her attention then turned to his friend, the large hunter, remembering his new ability to appraise artifacts. Jiha was surprised to see another visitor, Choi Chulian, the chief alchemist of the Eternal Flame Guild. Chulian clarified that he was not here to repeat his guild leader's recruitment offer, but for a different reason. He asked the large hunter to what level he could appraise an artifact. The hunter explained that he could discern an item's name, description, stats, and even the specific ratios of its skills. He expressed a desire to use his newfound ability to help other hunters as much as possible. Chulian warned him that such a detailed appraising ability would be highly sought after, potentially hindering his everyday life. He then revealed that the Eternal Flame Guild had already made preparations for just such an occasion. A new service appeared on the Hunter Net, Artifact Appraise. The community buzzed with excitement, wondering if a new hunter with the rare appraiser class had appeared. The service, operating on a first-come, first-served basis, was limited to 60 reservations per day. The location was listed as the basement of the Eternal Flame Guild headquarters. Before Jiha could even process the information, all 60 reservation slots had been filled. The large hunter finished his appraisal, explaining the artifact's properties to the rapier witch from the east. The hunter thanked him profusely, calling him Master Cat before bidding him farewell. The large hunter found that he actually enjoyed appraising artifacts, though the constant attention was uncomfortable. At the Eternal Flame headquarters, the guild master's subordinate tried to calm him down, fearing his anger would make the situation worse. The guild master was furious, having discovered that reservations for the new appraiser were full for the next 3 months. His alchemist calmly explained that the appraiser was under Jiha's management, and the location had been decided by him. The guild master raged, lamenting that it would take 2 years to appraise all his artifacts and demanding his landlord privileges be honored. He vowed to find this mysterious cat master and make him his personal appraiser slave. Miles away, the large hunter's ear itched, a strange premonition that someone was talking about him. Meanwhile, Jiha instructed the origami hunter on the finer points of potion making, stressing the importance of quality ingredients. They compared their finished products, both granting temporary zero-cost skills and health regeneration. She was amazed that his potion lasted longer, a difference he attributed to the superior quality of his ingredients. With enough potions made to sell, Jiha thanked his friend for her help, noting how much better the store was doing. She eagerly asked him to teach her more, excited to learn from his expertise. With his work in the real world done, Jiha returned to his garden. He greeted his animal companions, apologizing for his late arrival. He noticed his Pterodrone knight seemed agitated, as if trying to tell him something. The message was clear: monsters had appeared in the Great Plains. With Growler's command skills, the Pterodrone army successfully drove the invaders from the plains. After receiving the demigod's blessing, the army evolved, and a new species appeared among their ranks. It was a Pterodrone scout, a fast and agile new unit for his growing army. With the monsters defeated, the corrupted Great Plains began to cleanse and restore itself. A notification appeared, announcing that a new area, Mount Apido, was now unlocked. He praised his entire army for their hard work, singling out Growler for his excellent command. BM, ever the aristocrat, looked down on Growler, refusing to get his own paws dirty. Jiha quickly intervened, putting a stop to the budding rivalry between his divine companions. With the path now clear, he decided it was time to see what awaited them at Mount Apido. He hoped to find the person he was searching for somewhere in this new, unexplored region. Upon arrival, he found a ruined structure, possibly an old shelter used by the Black Lion Knights. The logbook confirmed it: the Knights' shelter was located south of Mount Apido. Just as he pieced the clues together, a system message appeared, altering the rules of his existence. His role as the deity's representative was now active, allowing communication with the gods but prohibiting direct physical interference in Gehenna. He wondered how this new restriction would affect his ability to command the Pterodrones. To compensate for the restriction, he was granted a new skill. It was called God's Vision. The skill allowed him to view the area from a god's perspective, a powerful new tool for observation. As he activated the skill, his consciousness was suddenly ripped from his body, soaring high above the land. From his new vantage point, he spotted a group of figures moving through the mountains. He realized they were the last survivors of the Estram kingdom. Suddenly, one of them cried out in pain, falling to the ground. As the others rushed to his side, Jiha recognized the fallen man's face. It was Han Sunghyuk. Han Sunghyuk surveyed the bleak landscape, his expression grim. His people were under constant assault from orcs pouring out of the Great Plains, a tide of violence that seemed endless. Food was running dangerously low, and he feared they would all starve at this rate. One of his men suggested that a merchant named Perajak was colluding with Baron Grom to hoard supplies, offering to find proof. Through his god's vision, Jiha watched the blonde man, the last prince of the Estram kingdom. As he observed, a system notification appeared, a detailed quest materializing before him. His mission was to rebuild the village of survivors, who were plagued by monsters and a severe food shortage. He had never received a quest with such a detailed narrative before, feeling as though he had entered a story mode. Regardless of the quest's nature, the fact that he had finally found Han Sung-hyuk was a major breakthrough. His immediate problem was finding a way to bring him back, a task complicated by the new rule prohibiting his physical interference. He decided to consult his allies, approaching the Terradrones to discuss the matter. He showed them the magic circle he and Hyojin had discovered, asking if they knew anything about it. As he poured his essence into the circle to activate it, he tried to decipher its function. He theorized that the different colored runes might represent an entrance and an exit. The circle flared to life, confirming his suspicion, it was a teleportation circle. He wondered if the Estram survivors had used this magical method to escape instead of a physical tunnel. When the Terradrones indicated this wasn't how they traveled, he asked how they moved between Earth and Gehenna. They pointed towards the World Tree, a silent, profound explanation. He finally understood, the World Tree itself was the bridge between the two dimensions. With this new knowledge, he knew where he needed to look to find a path for Sung-hyuk's return. He tasked his Terradrone scouts with searching the area around Mount Apido for another magic circle. Back in the survivors' village, the situation grew more desperate as monsters overran their farms. Sung-hyuk could only watch, his heart heavy with the suffering of his people. One of his men asked a captured wild elf what they could do to appease the monsters. Just then, Baron Grom arrived, demanding a tribute of mithril. The prince's men protested, explaining that leaving the village was already a death sentence, let alone mining for a rare metal. Grom claimed to have information from a wild elf about a valley rich with mithril. He suggested that with this mithril, they could strike a proper deal with the wild elves. A deal that would grant them the food they so desperately needed to survive. Sung-hyuk's man asked about the valley's location. Grom vaguely pointed towards the top of Mount Apido, a place guarded by deadly griffins. Despite the immense danger, the prince agreed to undertake the perilous quest. Though his kingdom had fallen, he refused to let the people who followed him starve. He promised to return with the mithril, a promise met with skepticism from the wild elf, who knew his people did not welcome strangers. His trusted companion expressed his fear, not wanting to die on this foolish quest. Sung-hyuk reassured him, making a solemn vow to ensure he made it back alive. As the prince and his men departed, Baron Grom watched them go, a sinister smile on his face. He instructed his own men to wait a little longer before putting their true plan into motion. The tale of the Estram kingdom was one of happiness shattered by a long and brutal war against monsters. Survivors, led by their prince, fled to the refuge of Mount Apido, but their suffering continued due to monster attacks and starvation. Their lifeline was a trade agreement with the wild elves, monopolized by the corrupt Baron Grom and the merchant Perajak. To save his people from this slow death, Princey Dinskell drew his sword and embarked on a desperate quest. Using his god's vision, Jiha watched the prince's party venture into the dangerous territory of the ogres. The ogres were dread-grade monsters, known for their quick recovery, making them a formidable foe. Jiha found it difficult to observe the situation on Mount Apido, his vision obscured and limited to the perspective of the villagers. In the village, a young woman prayed to the all-knowing Ark, seeking a way to help her prince. Through his omniscient view, Jiha witnessed her desperate plea. A system message appeared, Selena, the saintess, was seeking his aid. He was given a new mission, to spread his belief and help the village by acting through the saintess. The quest stipulated that whenever Selena prayed, he would have a 3-minute window to speak with her and exchange items. He tested the connection, and to his surprise, the saintess heard his voice. With a new plan forming, he returned to his garden to organize his resources. He knew there was a way to help, a path forward in this complex situation. His Terradrone scouts returned, bringing urgent news. They had discovered a magic circle on Mount Apido, identical to the one near the Tails River. He dispatched his Terradrone warriors to watch over the survivors, instructing them to report anything unusual. He kept his most powerful knight with him, assigning it an important task. He entrusted the knight with one of the legendary swords from the Lion Troops horde, to be delivered to Prince Dinskal. The Terradrones worried for their master's safety, knowing he needed more power to handle their presence in the real world. Elsewhere, Baron Grom celebrated the prince's departure, confident the boy's reliance on his untrustworthy companion would be his downfall. He hoped the prince's loyal man would die alongside him. He had acquired a special poison from the wild elves, a potent substance he had already tested on a captured subject. The poison was designed to drive the ogres into a frenzy, ensuring the prince's party would be overwhelmed. The merchant Parajak sneered at the baron's arrogance, seeing him as no different from a pig. The baron dreamed of his ascent to power. With the prince gone, he would be the new king of Estram. As the baron's men prepared to spring their trap, a system warning reminded Jiha that he could not directly interfere. Despite the odds, Jiha held out hope that the prince's party could somehow defeat the ogres. The prince fought valiantly, but his sword shattered against the ogre's tough hide. His companion's weapon met a similar fate, leaving them defenseless. As the ogre closed in for the kill, a loyal soldier threw himself in front of the prince, sacrificing his own life. Just as all hope seemed lost, a blur of motion streaked through the air. It was the Terradrone knight, arriving at the last possible moment with the legendary sword. In the desolate village, the Saintess Selena offered a desperate prayer for the protection of her prince and his people. It was her first true prayer, a heartfelt plea to a god she wasn't sure would answer. Her prayer was heard. The system notified Jiha that she was successful, prompting him to send a God's apostle to aid his disciple. He chose his most powerful ally, dispatching the Terradrone knight to answer the Saintess's call. On the battlefield, Prince Dinskal's strike was not deep enough to fell the enraged ogre. As the beast retaliated, his loyal companion, Han, shoved him out of harm's way. Han took the brunt of the blow but urged the prince to stay back, readying himself for another assault. The ogre let out a furious roar, preparing to finish them both. They stared in confusion as the Terradrone knight, a creature they had never seen before, intervened on their behalf. Jiha watched through his god's vision, noting how much stronger the knight had become in its role as an apostle. He knew that maintaining its presence in Gehenna would consume a great deal of his essence, but it was a necessary cost. The system confirmed the cost, 5 essences for every 10 minutes the apostle remained summoned. The ogre, having recovered from the initial shock, taunted the Terradrone knight, believing it was no match. The prince and his companion checked on each other, both still able to fight despite their injuries. Han declared he was just getting ready for round 2, his spirit unbroken. He observed that while the ogres had high resilience, a prolonged fight would be to their disadvantage. The prince told him not to worry, preparing to take the lead in the renewed assault. If high resilience was the ogre's strength, the prince decided he would simply finish it off before it had a chance to recover. With a single, decisive blow from his new legendary sword, he felled the mighty beast, a feat that left his men speechless. The remaining ogre stared in shock and terror at its fallen comrade. The prince, however, felt a wave of dizziness, having poured too much ether into his final attack. The last ogre, seeing its chance, charged at the vulnerable prince. Exhausted and out of options, the prince could only curse his bad luck. Han, however, was still standing, admitting it would have been better if he had a more suitable sword for the fight. He thanked the Terradrone knight for its help, acknowledging they had won because of its intervention. With the battle won, the apostle's duty was complete, and it vanished from the battlefield. Back in the village, a woman brought a meal to the Saintess Selena. Selena refused the food, insisting it should be given to the hungry children instead. She turned her thoughts back to her god, Lord Ark, her heart heavy. She prayed once more, asking only for a little hope for her suffering people. As she prayed, a small, wrapped object materialized in the air before her, a direct answer to her plea. Selena thanked Lord Ark, overjoyed that her prayer had been heard. Jiha, speaking through their connection, identified himself as Ark's apostle. He gave her a simple instruction: hurry and head east. Though confused, she understood there must be something important in that direction. She immediately dispatched a messenger to inform the prince of this divine guidance. A nearby villager watched with concern, wondering if the saintess was going insane. With his time running out, Jiha gave her one last, urgent warning: stay away from Baron Grom. The 3-minute window closed, severing their connection. Selena bowed her head, promising to take his words to heart. With his message delivered, Jiha decided to leave the rest to Selena and focus on his own part of the plan. Prince Dinskal and his party had returned from their perilous quest, weary but alive. The messenger from the village arrived, questioning why the prince had come here instead of returning to the saintess. The messenger relayed the saintess's divine message. She told him he must go east, for there was something there he needed to find. The prince questioned the vague oracle, but the messenger could offer no further details. He turned to Han for his opinion, but his loyal companion left the decision entirely up to him. Intrigued, the prince decided they would go east and find out for themselves if this god, Ark, truly existed. As they prepared to leave, Han cheekily asked to borrow the prince's legendary sword. In return for the loan, he promised to give the prince an even better sword from his own world once they returned. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the large hunter called out to Jiha. He asked to borrow a specific sword from the lion troop's treasure hoard. Jiha, needing his friend's help, finally revealed the truth: he had found Han Sunghyuk, and he was in Gehenna. He explained that he hadn't told anyone to avoid giving false hope, as he still had no way to bring him back. The hunter, whose sister was Han Sunghyuk's lover, immediately pledged to do anything to help. Jiha handed him the crying warrior's sword. He explained that it was a symbol of his contract with Growler, allowing him to use the divine beast's abilities. The hunter, still unaware of Jiha's true identity, thanked Master Cat for the powerful artifact. With the sword exchanged, he offered his appraisal services whenever needed. They thanked each other, their alliance solidified by a shared purpose. Jiha promised he would find a way to bring Sunghyuk back. With his preparations complete, he prepared to head out. Using his god's vision, he checked on the prince's progress. He found the prince and his companion arguing, their personalities clashing on the road. Their journey east led them to a familiar cave, one Han recognized. It was the escape route he had used when he first fled, a place the Black Lion Knights had also used as a shelter. Believing there must be something important inside, they decided to enter. Han explained that the tunnels beneath Mount Apito were remnants of an ancient tribe, a network of secret passages. The prince realized that the cave where his sister found his trace must have been one of these tunnels. He teased Han for being greedy, joking that he'd next ask him to defeat the entire Gemark Empire. Han grumbled about the prince's shifting attitude, friendly in public but demanding when they were alone. Their banter was interrupted by the sight of a suspicious-looking pressure plate on the ground. Han noted that no one would be foolish enough to draw a warning sign directly on a real trap. He cautiously called out, checking if anyone was there. With a flick of his wrist, he triggered the plate, confirming it was a false trap and declaring his favor to the prince repaid. He gestured for the prince to descend into the newly opened passage. The prince complained about his companion's constant grumbling, reminding him he was getting well compensated. At the bottom of the passage, the prince stopped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Resting on a stone pedestal was the lost royal seal of the Estram kingdom. He couldn't fathom how such a sacred artifact could have ended up in this remote corner of Gehenna. Jiha watched as the prince acquired the seal, a notification confirming that the first part of his mission was now complete. With the seal in his possession, the prince could now communicate with Ark through prayer, a new trait granted by his allegiance. Jiha received his own reward, a notification for successfully placing an item in a dungeon for the first time. His world tree's blessing had leveled up, enhancing all of his abilities. Among the boons was a new skill, observation, which allowed him to assess the potential of friendly targets. The people of Estram celebrated, their hope renewed by the return of their prince and the royal seal. From his vantage point, Jiha spotted a gathering of griffins in a nearby valley. A system message confirmed that his terradrones had found the Griffin's Valley, a key location for the prince's quest. He wondered if his terradrone knight could evolve further, already a formidable ally. He decided to use his new observation skill to find out, but first, he had another matter to attend to. Growler, his divine messenger, began to whine, clearly hungry. As he reached for food, the Elder Lich's ether stone suddenly flew from his pouch. A quest appeared. Growler sought to reclaim his lost power by consuming the artifact. The process required a massive amount of essence to ensure its success, a dangerous but necessary gamble. Without hesitation, Jiha agreed, willing to spend most of his essence for a creature he now considered family. He sensed a new presence in his garden, another divine being. It was Akatol, the god whose will he served, who playfully referred to him as God's apostle. Jiha was flattered, but the deity's tone remained light and teasing. Akatol spoke of the world's restoration and another dormant destiny yet to be awakened. The god called him Kid, a familiar address that left Jiha both bewildered and amused. As the divine presence faded, Jiha forced himself to stay focused on the tasks at hand. Biam approached, sensing his master's distraction, and Jiha reassured him that everything was fine. Prince Dinskal held the lost royal seal, a miracle that brought a glimmer of hope to his weary people. Han Sunghyuk grumbled, disappointed that the national treasure wasn't a new weapon for him. He offered the prince some grim advice, suggesting that sometimes it's better to strike first than to wait for an enemy's move. He warned that if the prince didn't deal with Baron Grom, the Baron would surely turn his sword on him. Han offered to eliminate the threat himself, a loyal blade ready to serve his prince. The prince appreciated his friend's loyalty but refused the offer. He explained that even though they had done terrible things, the Baron and his men were still his people. Frustrated, Han told him to keep getting ripped off by them then. From his god's vision, Jiha watched a new conflict unfold in the Griffin's Valley. His Terradrone army was engaged in a fierce aerial battle with the resident Griffins. Though they outnumbered their foes, the Griffin's superior flying skills gave them an advantage. Only the powerful Terradrone Knight could hold its own in a one-on-one fight against the agile creatures. He watched with pride as his Terradrone scouts worked together, weaving a massive net to trap their airborne enemies. As the battle raged, Jiha used his observation skill to assess his knight's potential. The Terradrone Knight, having met all conditions, acquired a new, powerful skill. The knight's new ability was amazing, a testament to its incredible potential. Suddenly, a new figure appeared on the battlefield, one that was not part of the conflict. It was one of Baron Grom's men, arriving early to spring their trap. The Terradrones, seeing the new threat, abandoned their fight with the Griffins. The knight approached the prince and his men, gesturing for them to return to the village. They understood its silent message: something had happened back at the village. Trusting the strange creature, the prince left the valley in its care and rushed back. He could only hope that everything in the village was okay. Meanwhile, back in the village, Baron Grom had finally made his move. His soldiers had surrounded the main square, their swords drawn. Han surmised that the Baron had likely taken the Saintess hostage. He cursed the Baron for daring to harm the prince's fiancée, a sentiment the prince quickly corrected as blasphemy. The prince reasoned that Grom's most loyal man, John, was likely hiding nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike. Grom addressed the captive Saintess, lamenting that the prince was not with her, but confident he would come on his own. She accused him of showing his true self, to which he replied that he should have sliced her throat when the prince hesitated. The prince and Han arrived, confronting the Baron and his men. Grom mocked the saintess, suggesting she serve him instead of her false god. The prince stepped forward, declaring he would no longer sacrifice his people for the Baron's greed. Han questioned who would stand alone against the Baron's forces. The Baron ordered his men to cut down anyone who resisted. He taunted the prince, claiming he would regret this decision and could not sustain the village alone. The prince calmly replied that he had given Grom a chance to work for his people, a chance he had now squandered. With the royal seal in hand, he declared his intention to rebuild the Estram kingdom on this very land. As the people cheered, a notification appeared for Jiha. The second mission, the banishment of the wicked, was complete. A new, far grander mission was now available. It was a quest of kingdom building. With the prince and the saintess having reclaimed their rightful positions, a new era had begun. The first step was to expand the survivor village, the cornerstone of their new kingdom. Jiha felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of missions he had been given at once. The main objective was clear: aid in the foundation of the new Estram kingdom. The first submission was to form a contract with the Saintess Selena, spreading faith among the villagers. The second was to help Prince Dinskal prove his qualities as a king, earning the full trust of his people. To do this, he would need to help cleanse Mount Apido of its monster infestation. He understood that the key to all these missions was the expansion of the survivor village. This likely meant clearing the mysterious fog that shrouded the surrounding lands. Deciding on his first course of action, he prepared to send an oracle and form a contract with the saintess. Just as he began, a notification appeared: his Terradrones had successfully completed their Griffin raid. Among the spoils of their victory was an unexpected prize. They had found a Griffin's egg, and to his surprise, it was hatchable. The constant influx of new missions, skills, and items was becoming difficult to manage. He knew he would have to take the time to organize everything soon. His thoughts were interrupted by yet another alert. The Terradrones had discovered a vein of the rare mineral, mithril. With this discovery, a new unit was added to his army, the Terradrone Worker. This new unit specialized in gathering, mining, and crafting. Incredibly, one of the new workers had already mined a mineral and brought it to him. He was given a choice of rewards: a rare artifact, a doubling of his worker drones, or a massive infusion of essence. He chose the artifact, his curiosity piqued by the possibilities. He received a mithril knife, a high-rarity weapon with incredible elemental and poison resistance, and the trait of being indestructible. With such high resistance, he knew he could withstand a great deal of magical attacks. His thoughts drifted back to the survivor village, wondering how they were faring. Prince Dinskal and Han had successfully captured Baron Grom and his men. Han was annoyed that the prince had executed the plan without him. The prince explained that only a few knew of the plan, a necessary deception to ensure its success. He announced his intention to exile the traitors from the village the next day. Han argued for a harsher punishment, but the prince insisted that generosity was a part of ruling. Frustrated, Han called the prince too soft for his own good. The prince brushed off the criticism, playfully remarking on Han's handsome face. With the traitors dealt with, their main problem remained: the critical food shortage. The prince resolved to negotiate with the wild elves for a new trade agreement. Just then, a villager rushed in, bearing a strange message. It was a tablet inscribed with glowing letters, a divine oracle. The saintess explained that the apostle of Ark had spoken to her, instructing her to deliver this message to the prince. The term, apostle of God, caught the prince's attention. Jiha noted that the contract with the saintess had been completed almost instantly, a testament to her unwavering faith. With the contract sealed, he could now freely communicate with her through oracles. Han connected the apostle to the strange, golden beetle that had saved them, a creature the prince had identified with Ark's color. He asked the saintess to relay a message to the apostle, describing his situation as a poor hunter wandering Gehenna. She agreed, offering to ask the apostle if he could help Han return to his home. Jiha decided this was enough for one day, planning to lead them to Parajak's hidden food stash tomorrow. He felt the days were too short for the immense amount of work he had to do. He returned to his garden, greeting his divine companions. He was met with a mountain of mail and packages, offerings from the hunters he had helped. It was far more than he had received before, a testament to his growing influence. He realized it was all thanks to the Griffin walkthrough he had uploaded to the Mir Wiki. He knew it would take a long while to sort through all these gifts and messages. At the same time, in the Griffin Valley dungeon, hunters were reaping the benefits of his shared knowledge. Seo Hyojin and Cha Weian fought side by side, finding the raid almost too easy with the new strategy. But their easy victory was cut short by a blood-curdling scream from deeper within the dungeon. A new, unknown threat had emerged, one that was not in the strategy guide. Cha Weian, the guild master, found himself in a massive, unfamiliar cave. Seo Hyojin confidently stated that the two of them could easily handle whatever lay ahead. Weian cautioned her, reminding her of standard hunter instructions for hidden dungeon entrances. She calmly told him to relax, chiding the powerful guild master for his greed. Hyojin warned him to watch his step, as the cave was riddled with traps. Suddenly, she cried out for him to move, her eyes fixed on something ahead. She had spotted another magic circle, identical to the one she and Jiha had found before. As the circle activated, she shoved him out of the way, taking the brunt of its energy. In the survivors' village, Han questioned the prince's decision to let the traitors go. Parajak sneered, warning the prince that he would regret his merciful choice. The prince addressed Baron Grom, his voice cold and steady. He explained that he was giving them a chance to atone for their crimes. But he warned them that if he ever saw them near his people again, there would be no more mercy. As they were led away, Grom vowed that the prince had better watch his back. Han admitted that he really didn't like the prince's soft-hearted approach. Another of the prince's men defended him, stating that he cares for everyone without discrimination. With the traitors exiled, the prince turned his attention to the oracle, deciding to use the apostle as a navigator. He reasoned that this divine guidance would lead them through the monster-infested lands of Mount Apido. He called upon the Terradrone Knight once more, asking it to take care of the monsters ahead. The villagers watched in awe as the Golden Apostle single-handedly cleared a path for their prince. The prince instructed Han to follow the apostle, their new, divinely appointed guide. He ordered the rest of his men to keep their distance but to follow closely behind. Han theorized that the apostle must know the area, just as it had in the Griffin Valley. The prince agreed, certain that the path it was leading them on was an old trading route. Han expressed his hope of finding a decent sword for himself along the way. The route led them to a dead end, a sheer cliff face, and they wondered why the apostle had brought them here. The Terradrone Knight slammed its fist into the rock, shattering the cliffside. The attack revealed a hidden passage, concealed by a sophisticated camouflage barrier. Now it was clear why their previous search parties had found nothing. The prince thanked the apostle for its help, declaring they could handle it from here. As they entered the passage, the rest of their party arrived, having heard the giant explosion. Han instructed the prince to stay back and wait. He and his comrade John would scout the area ahead. He argued that they couldn't let their precious prince take unnecessary risks. Inside, they found what they were looking for. It was the traitors' hidden cache, the reason the villagers had been starving. They called out to the prince, informing him that the food would last them for months. Han, disappointed by the lack of weapons, decided his work was done. With the food problem solved, he resolved to focus on finding a way back home. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the back of the cavern. The men fled in terror, one of them pleading to be saved. Han cursed, realizing there had been no monsters in the area for a reason. A far more powerful predator had made this cavern its lair. As two massive beasts emerged, the prince and Han prepared to fight side by side. The prince declared that it was his duty to take care of his people. He ordered his men to run, intending to buy them time with his own life. The prince entrusted his people's safety to Han, making him promise to come back alive. Han faced the twin beasts alone, a grim smile on his face as he welcomed the exercise. As he drew the crying warrior's sword, a strange energy enveloped him. A system message appeared before him: the Howling One's trial had begun. He was being tested, commanded to prove his strength. Han faced the twin beasts, realizing this trial was far tougher than he had anticipated. He knew he had to take this fight more seriously if he wanted to survive. He channeled his energy, forming a powerful ether blade around his borrowed sword. With a furious cry, he charged, meeting the beasts head-on. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, his blade a blur of pure energy. Elsewhere, Prince Dinskal and his men fled from the cavern, not stopping until they reached the entrance. They knew they had to find a way to help Han, who had stayed behind to buy them time. From his god's vision, Jiha watched the unfolding chaos, noting the apostle was on cooldown. A timer appeared on his quest log, counting down from 5 minutes, its meaning unclear. He surmised that something significant was happening within the mysterious fog that had begun to envelop the area. Back in the cavern, Han was locked in a brutal battle with a shadowy figure, the true master of the beasts. He didn't know where this new opponent had come from, but its strength was immense. He activated his haste skill, moving with blinding speed. He followed it with blink, teleporting behind his foe for a surprise attack. The shadowy figure cried out as Han's blade found its mark. But the attack was not enough, and the creature retaliated with overwhelming force. The Howling One commented on his surprising weakness compared to the last generation. Han struggled to his feet, bloodied but unbowed, declaring that the fight was not over yet. He pushed himself beyond his limits, knowing he could not die here. He had to go back to his own world, to the woman he loved. As the last second of the mysterious timer ticked away, he collapsed, his body giving out. A system message appeared before his fading consciousness: he had passed the Howling One's trial. The Howling One acknowledged his victory, speaking of a new opportunity for the fated peasant. As he lost consciousness, a familiar object appeared beside him, a reward from a dungeon he had cleared long ago. He didn't understand how it could be here, a piece of his past in this foreign land. The prince's party, guided by the saintess, finally found the hidden cavern. Han, now miraculously healed, knew he had to go back. He was on his way back to his prince, his trial now complete. Jiha received a notification that the crucial quest had ended, and Growler was returning to him. He greeted his divine companion with open arms, overjoyed by his safe return. He noticed that Growler was now much smaller, though somehow even cuter than before. Akatol, the god he served, welcomed the transformed messenger back. Prince Dinskal and his men found themselves facing a new threat, a goblin lord. They knew that if the powerful monster was allowed to rampage, their village would be doomed. With a determined cry, the prince charged forward, his legendary sword held high. Just as the battle was about to begin, Han Sunghyuk arrived, casually greeting his prince. The prince was shocked by his friend's sudden appearance and the strange new sword he now carried. Han cryptically explained that he had been recognized by a powerful being. He recounted his trial, where a mysterious entity nearly killed him before declaring he was born with a great fate and gifting him the sword. The prince was bewildered. The sword Han now held was a dungeon reward from his own world. He found it impossible to believe that Ark would bestow a blessing upon someone who commits such constant blasphemy. With the goblin threat now taken care of, the saintess arrived to thank the prince. Han, feeling slighted, complained that he had done most of the work. The saintess coolly replied that he had finally started to atone for all the blasphemy he'd committed. As they prepared to return to the village with the recovered food, Han lamented the saintess's mean treatment of him. Watching his friend from afar, Jiha made a silent promise to Sunghyuk that he would make sure he came home. He felt a sense of exhaustion, deciding it was time to return to his own world. Back in his garden, he apologized to Biam for keeping him waiting. Growler, now fully restored, proudly showed off his new, smaller form. Biam, ever the proud one, seemed to question if Jiha would now take care of this lesser creature. He praised his divine companions for a job well done. It had been a long and arduous day, but he felt that everything was part of the world tree's grand design. His rest was interrupted by a knock at his shop door. It was his hunter friends, Seo Hyojin and Cha Wein among them, arriving late at night. They knew it was late, but their business was urgent. Once inside, he asked what had brought them all here at such an hour. Wein declared their purpose was far more important than any morning quest. Hyojin showed him a drawing of the magic circle they had found together in the S-rank dungeon. She then showed him another drawing, this one from the Griffin's Valley raid. The large hunter added that it was the same circle the Pterodrones had used. Wein explained that he had used his own skills to find a hidden space connected to the circle. The discovery had nearly gotten them killed, a terrifying experience they had barely survived. With the introductions made, Jiha revealed he had a favor to ask of them. The hunters were intrigued, excited to hear what kind of request the mysterious potion maker had for them. He presented each of them with a heavy, pulsating object. They stared in disbelief. He had given them each a raw, powerful essence. He explained that by placing the essence on the magic circle and pouring their mana into it, a portal to Gehenna would open. His request was simple, yet monumental. He wanted them to bring Han Sunghyuk back. Hyojin and the others were stunned into silence, the name of the long-lost hunter hanging in the air. The large hunter asked if Jiha would be taking the lead on this perilous rescue mission. Jiha confirmed that he would, his resolve absolute. In the great plains of Gehenna, the land was beginning to heal now that the monsters were gone. The only remaining problem was Mount Apido, still shrouded in a mysterious, impenetrable fog. Through the mists, Han Sunghyuk and Princey Dinskal spotted two shadowy figures. The prince readied himself for a fight, a challenge Han was more than happy to accept. Their destination was clear, the wild elf village, hidden somewhere within the fog. As Han fought, his movements were a blur of deadly grace, a reminder that he was once the rank 1 hunter. The prince held his own, his sword skills reaching a new level of mastery. The prince urged Han to go on ahead, a silent command in the heat of battle. He promised to be right behind him, a vow of unwavering support. Han was surprised to see a Pterodrone arrive, questioning why it had come to help him. He marveled at the strange ways of the god Ark, who would help even a blasphemer like himself. With no time to waste, he urged his newfound ally forward. He called out to his new companion, Wolfie, telling him not to fall behind. The Pterodrone took flight, carrying Han and the prince through the sky. From their new vantage point, they could see the wild elf village, more beautiful than they had imagined. Han thanked the Pterodrone for the ride, his gratitude mixed with a touch of sarcasm. The prince, however, was not enjoying the flight, his stomach churning with nausea. Han tried to comfort him, joking that the flight had been fun. He then turned his attention to their beetle-like friend, the Pterodrone. He realized that those who had never traveled in airplanes would naturally get nauseous. He asked the Pterodrone to bring him to the wild elf village, a request it silently ignored. He admitted that while he was confident in a fight, negotiations were not his strong suit. The prince, having recovered, declared that he would handle the negotiations. He knew of the wild elves' reputation as the oldest and most secretive of their kind, possessing their own unique knowledge. Han teased him, asking if he was trying to get rid of him. The prince, however, was being perfectly serious. They arrived at the village to find the elves seemingly happy to see them, a welcome that felt strangely off. The prince introduced themselves as representatives from the survivor village on Mount Apido. He stated his wish to talk with their leader. The elves' demeanor instantly changed, ordering them to go away, declaring they no longer talked with outsiders. Ignoring the elves' hostility, the prince drew his sword, a move that shocked Han. He planted the legendary blade in the ground, a gesture of peace and respect. He then presented the royal seal, identifying himself as Prince Dinskal of Estran. The elves, however, saw this not as a sign of royalty, but of an alliance with the traitors Grom and Parajak. They drew their weapons, ordering the prince and his companion to surrender or be killed. The prince tried to explain that he knew what the traitors had done. The elves accused him of robbing them of their lives, their trust completely broken. To Han's shock, the prince ordered him to drop his weapon. Reluctantly, Han complied, trusting in his prince's judgment. The elves surrounded them, preparing to bring them to their village as prisoners. From his god's vision, Jiha watched the prince and his companion being led away, wondering how they would negotiate their way out of this. The prince told Han not to worry. He explained that wild elves were rational beings, and he was confident they would be willing to talk. Han was unceremoniously thrown into a wooden cage, his protests ignored. The prince calmly told him to relax, but Han was anything but calm. He boasted that he could easily break the bars of their makeshift prison. Seeing his friend's nonchalance, Han gave up and decided to take a nap. Jiha used his vision to survey the village, trying to understand what Grom and Parajak had done to earn such enmity. He noticed many young elven children, a sight he had never seen before. An elven warrior brought their elder to see the prisoners. The elder noted that if they were truly hostile, they could have easily broken out of the cage. The prince was surprised that the elder knew who he was. The elder explained that he remembered seeing him from afar when he was younger, back when relations with the Estran kingdom were still peaceful. He then asked the prince what business he had in their village. The prince countered with a question of his own, asking what Grom and Parajak had done. The elder calmly silenced his hot-headed subordinate, Croydle, who accused the prince of feigning ignorance. The prince explained that this was precisely why he had come. He revealed that his own village on Mount Apido had also suffered, with the traitors hiding food from them. He told them of how they had recently exiled the pair and discovered their hidden food supplies. The elder was surprised, having believed Mount Apido was overrun with monsters. The prince explained that they had taken care of them with the help of a giant beetle. Han added that while some monsters remained, it was far safer than before, a fact that made the elder suspicious. The prince recalled how the traitors had seemed unconcerned when exiled, as if they had a backup plan. Croydle remained unconvinced, believing it was all a trick. The elder asked about their trade agreement. The prince explained that they had sent mithril and halite in exchange for food, but never received anything. Han pieced it together, the traitors had tricked both sides, hoarding all the resources for themselves. But the elder stated that this was still not enough for them to trust the humans. The prince asked how they could prove their innocence. The elder looked at Han, questioning how he knew he was from another dimension. Han realized the prince was right, these elves knew more than they let on. Desperate, Han asked if they knew how he could get back, a plea that went unanswered. As the elves led the prince away, Han was warned not to do anything stupid if he wanted the prince to live. He coolly replied that the prince wasn't as easy a target as they thought. Croydle sneered, admitting his distrust of all humans. Suddenly, a swarm of pterodrones descended upon the village, a silent, intimidating army. Jiha's map updated, the Wild Elf Village, now an unlocked and accessible area. With this new location discovered, all of his skill cooldowns were refreshed. A new main quest appeared, Secrets of the Wild Elves. He had met the unlock requirement by completing all of the Survivor Village missions. He mentally forgave his beetles for their previous disappearance, their timing impeccable. He instructed them to help Prince Dinskal by bringing the mined minerals to the elves. The elves watched in stunned silence as the pterodrone workers presented them with a mountain of pure mithril. With the negotiations now on favorable terms, Jiha had one last task: bring Han back. The elven elder gave the order to release the prince and his companion. But he made it clear that this did not mean he trusted them. He stated that if they wanted his trust, they would first have to deliver the promised minerals. The prince coolly replied that their trust was of no meaning to him. He declared that humans and elves were nothing more than simple trade partners. Han interjected, trying to smooth things over and suggesting they try to get along now that the misunderstanding was resolved. The elder returned Han's sword, a gesture of goodwill. The prince took the opportunity to ask the elder some questions. He explained his friend's situation, asking if there was a way for someone from another world to return. The elder suggested he use the same way he came, theorizing the world tree should still be connected. The prince explained that Han had first arrived at the old royal palace, but the elder dismissed this, stating the connection starts at the roots. The elder elaborated, explaining that the worlds were connected by the roots of the world tree, which sometimes intertwine. He stated that a path between worlds could be found by following the energy flow within the tree. He then added that if they truly had a good relationship with the Terradrones, they might be able to help. He reminded them that Terradrones tend to appear from the strangest of places. As workers of the world tree, they could navigate its roots, moving between dimensions with ease. Han recalled that they had used a magic circle last time, a fact that now made more sense. The prince shifted the conversation back to the trade routes, their immediate concern. The elder confirmed that the routes were still swarming with monsters. Though they lacked soldiers, the prince declared they had no choice but to try and clear the path. The elder then tasked Croydle with assisting them on their journey. He needed to verify their story, and Croydle was the most trustworthy elf for the job. The prince agreed to the arrangement. Han joked that he would teach the grumpy elf how to socialize along the way. The elder gave Croydle a parting command, to act as a guide for their village. As they traveled, Croydle took them on a different route than the one they had used earlier. He led them to an underground tunnel, a path once considered too dangerous due to the griffins that nested there. The prince informed him that the beetles had already taken care of the griffin problem. Croydle remained skeptical, stating that they would see for themselves. The prince was relieved to see the chasm from the dungeon collapse had closed up. Han marveled at the existence of such a place on Mount Apido. The prince noted that Croydle seemed nicer now that he wasn't so grumpy. Croydle quickly retorted that he was only cooperating because of the elder's orders. He warned them not to let their guards down, despite the relative safety of the cave. He explained that places where the roots of the world tree protruded tended to attract monsters. Han questioned if this world tree they spoke of truly existed. Croydle dismissed the question as pointless, stating it was a contradiction for mere mortals to try and understand the world. Their philosophical debate was cut short by a new, unexpected development. Croydle asked to inspect Han's sword for a moment. He confirmed that the strange feeling he had felt from the sword earlier was not his imagination. He explained that the sword was a divine object created by the god Ark himself to maintain the balance of the world. Han, aware of the sword's power, was more concerned with why it had suddenly started to glow. Croydle surmised that the divine weapon had sensed something happening nearby. Suddenly, a horde of lava monsters erupted from the ground, surrounding them. Han, unfazed, boasted that he could kill them all in a single blow. He unleashed a devastating attack, wiping out the entire horde in an instant, a feat that left his companions speechless. He basked in their praise, reveling in his own incredible power. As the lava began to cool, the prince cried out a warning, spotting a new threat emerging from behind Han. It was a revenant king, a powerful undead lord drawn by the battle. Croydle shoved the prince and his companion back, urging them to get to safety. In the hidden dungeon, Cha Weiyan cried out as the revenant king attacked. The origami hunter unleashed her paper-bind skill, attempting to restrain the powerful undead. Weiyan checked on Hyojin, who confirmed she was okay despite the surprise attack. She wondered why a monster far stronger than a dreadgrade would be in this location. From his god's vision, Jiha bestowed his worker's blessing upon the struggling hunters. As a reward for his aid, he acquired a new scroll of change for enhancement. The scroll carried a divine blessing, an invocation for the god's wind to embrace the user. It granted a massive boost to movement speed. It also significantly increased attack speed. The scroll bestowed a passive skill, Wind of Victory, which converted a portion of damage dealt into health. Jiha hoped this powerful blessing would be enough to turn the tide of the battle. He knew this disaster-grade monster would be a tough fight, even for the likes of Hyojin and Weian. He resolved to create more scrolls and find a way to send them to the other hunters. Back in the fight, Weian confirmed he was okay, merely caught off guard. He unleashed a torrent of flame, vowing to burn the giant skeleton to ash. Hyojin realized her sword couldn't penetrate its armor and resolved to aim for the joints. Weian instructed the origami hunter to create a gap for Hyojin's attack. With an opening created, Hyojin lunged, her voice a furious cry as she struck. Weian followed up with a massive explosion, engulfing the Revenant King in fire. They stared at the aftermath, unsure if the creature was truly dead. As the smoke cleared, their hopes were dashed, the monster was still standing. The Revenant King retaliated, striking Hyojin with a devastating blow. Weian cried out her name, his voice filled with alarm. The other hunters argued, their teamwork faltering in the face of such an overwhelming foe. Jiha knew he had to do something to help them recover, buying them precious time. His efforts were rewarded with a new item, a scroll of change for Iron-Blooded, granting a chance to nullify damage. He also received another enhancement scroll, its power slightly diminished but still potent. Hyojin cried out to Weian as the Revenant King prepared another attack. Just as the monster was about to strike, a figure appeared in a flash of light, intercepting the blow. It was Han Sunghyuk, miraculously transported from Gehenna to the heart of the battle. The hunters watched in stunned silence, trying to process the impossible event. Han Sunghyuk's single strike had created a massive explosion, yet it wasn't enough to fell the Revenant King. Hyojin stared at her long-lost brother, barely able to believe it was really him. He was just as shocked, questioning how they could possibly be here. They knew they had many questions, but their priority was to take care of the towering monster before them. He asked about his sister's condition, and was told that despite constant healing, she had not regained consciousness. Han grit his teeth, the situation more dire than he had imagined. He knew that if his usual methods couldn't stop it, he would have to resort to something more drastic. The power he unleashed was immense, a force of at least destruction grade. The resulting explosion rocked the very foundations of the dungeon. As the smoke cleared, a figure stood amidst the rubble, calmly stating that he was late. Jiha listened to the voice of the apostle, relaying its message to the hunters. The key to stopping the Revenant King was its core. However, to attack it, they would first have to remove its impenetrable armor. With only one blessing left, Jiha prepared to choose his target. He prayed for a good one, knowing everything depended on this single choice. The blessing he received was perfect for the situation. He knew exactly who to give it to. Han watched as the blessing enveloped him, unsure of its purpose. Jiha acquired a new scroll, a powerful boon for the battle ahead. The worker's eyes would gaze upon the enemy, a blessing of unerring accuracy. For 5 seconds, all attacks would hit unconditionally, ignoring all defenses. As the scroll's power took effect, the prince and his party could only watch in awe. Han, empowered by the blessing, unleashed a final, decisive strike. With the Revenant King finally defeated, Hyojin asked if it was truly over. Weian confirmed their victory, relief washing over the exhausted hunters. The prince playfully reminded Han that he owed him yet again. Han simply replied that he would pay him back one day. Sunghyuk knelt beside his sister, apologizing for making her wait so long. He whispered to her unconscious form that he was finally back. The other hunters watched the reunion, their hearts heavy with emotion. Jiha received a notification that the hidden tunnel had been cleansed of the Revenant King's influence. The blocked energy flow was now normalized, accelerating the restoration of the World Tree. In the distance, the cry of a new creature, Arkflut, could be heard, drawn by the tree's renewed energy. A new quest appeared, Return to the World Tree. He wondered if Arkflut was another demigod, a new ally in his grand quest. In the dream forest, Biam and Growler watched a new arrival, a pony running at incredible speed. They wondered how they were supposed to stop such a creature. Growler, sensing the scent of the ocean, theorized the pony had just returned from the end of the continent and was disoriented. Biam considered attacking it when it came close, hoping it would run away. But neither of them were confident they could handle the rampaging demigod on their own. The sound of Growler's barking drew Jiha out of his shop. He found his two divine companions standing guard, and asked what was wrong. He followed their gaze and saw the frenzied pony in the distance. He recalled reading about a demigod known as Arkflut, the creature whose cry he had heard earlier. With a gentle touch and a soothing word, he calmed the agitated creature, its wild energy dissipating instantly. The demigod was now completely relaxed, its panic gone. It nuzzled against him, a ticklish but endearing gesture of affection. His other companions watched, wondering what name he would give this new addition. He formally welcomed the new demigod to his garden. Deciding on a simple name, he christened the pony Painy. He marveled at its beauty, wondering if all ponies were this pretty or if Painy was special. He noted the stark difference in the demigod's demeanors when they were on a mission versus when they were at rest. Painy soon returned from its journey, a new gift in tow. It had brought him a rare new herb. He recognized it as a material for red ink, and was pleased to see it had a root, allowing him to cultivate it. He thanked Painy, certain he could make something good with this new ingredient. He offered the demigod free reign of the garden, a feast for its hard work. With the new red ink, he was finally able to complete his set of scrolls. He pondered the logistics of keeping his growing menagerie of divine beasts. Cats were common enough in Seoul, but a pony was another matter entirely. His small shop didn't have nearly enough space. He knew Painy liked to run, and there was no place in the city for that. Suddenly, a gate opened in his store, a portal to a new location. Inside, he found a vast, permanent grassland, a perfect new home for his companions. He could only assume this was another blessing from the world tree. As he marveled at his new pasture, familiar voices called out to him. It was Seo Hyojin and her brother, Sunghyuk, finally returned. Sunghyuk formally introduced himself, the man behind the legends. Hyojin thanked Jiha profusely for his help in bringing her brother back. He humbly replied that anyone else would have done the same. Sunghyuk insisted that the fact he had risked everything for them remained unchanged, and offered his own sincere thanks. Jiha, feeling awkward, simply expressed his gratitude for his safe return and offered them tea. Hyojin's attention was caught by Painy, the beautiful pony. When she asked where he found it, Jiha could only reply that he couldn't say. He spent the rest of the day talking with them, catching up on their long and arduous journeys. He noted that Sunghyuk still seemed to dream of the other dimension, his heart not entirely back in this world. He hoped these peaceful days would continue, but a sense of unease lingered. A few days later, a new crisis arose, and he was faced with another difficult choice. Jiha grappled with the problem of what to do about the newly hatched griffins. Only 4 days after hatching, they had already grown to an immense size. His other divine companions, Biam and Growler, were already tired of playing with the energetic creatures. Worse, he was quickly running out of meat to feed their voracious appetites. He realized he needed to find a new home for the baby griffins. His garden, while magical, was not the ideal environment for such large and active creatures. He tasked his Pterodrone knight with leading the griffins to a more suitable habitat, marveling at its incredible leadership skills. As the griffins departed, the system presented him with a blueprint of Gehenna, a grand new mission to restore its ecosystem. His world tree's blessing and animal amiability skills both increased to level 3. He also received a new, powerful skill. His observation skill now allowed him to assess the potential of his allies, and even unlock their awakening skills. These ultimate abilities would consume all of a user's ether, leaving them in an exhausted state. He could now see what awakening skills his allies possessed, a powerful new strategic tool. He immediately checked his Terradrones, curious to see their potential. Their awakening skill was metamorphosis, the ability to randomly absorb a monster's ability and adapt their physique to it. He realized he could use this to help other hunters awaken their own latent skills. He then turned his attention to a new system feature, the Sanctuary, a place that could be supplied from his garden but required a steep entrance fee of 500 essences. Upon entering, he wondered if he could directly modify this new space. A system message informed him that recent earthquakes had damaged the sanctuary, requiring 1,000 essences to restore. He understood that his actions in the real world could now directly impact this sanctuary. He spent some essence to develop a new sanctuary skill, one that would analyze its needs. The analysis revealed the soil was in a poor state and required earthworms to fix it. He wondered where he could possibly find such creatures. As always, he knew he could trust his loyal Terradrones to handle the task. With the soil revitalized, the fog covering the sanctuary began to dissipate, unlocking a new world. In the newly revealed area, he spotted a new, powerful monster. It was a mantis shrimp, a dread-grade monster he had seen on the news. He knew it was capable of destroying everything nearby with a single shockwave and required a full team of hunters to defeat. He questioned whether his Terradrone army was strong enough to face such a foe. They advanced, now equipped with shields made from the World Tree's own rind. The battle was fierce, and his army was forced to retreat under the monster's relentless assault. Desperate to help, he remembered the elixirs he had crafted. He sent the powerful potions, made with fruits from the World Tree, to his struggling allies. The elixirs worked, their potent healing energy turning the tide of the battle. Empowered and revitalized, his army now had a real chance to win. As the mantis shrimp fell, he wondered if his knight's body could absorb its powerful ability. He praised his army for their hard-fought victory, asking his knight what new skill it had acquired. To his amazement, the knight had absorbed the mantis shrimp's shockwave ability, a cool and powerful new weapon in his arsenal. He reflected on the productive day, his army's new awakening and their successful hunt filling him with a sense of accomplishment. He uploaded his findings to the Mir Wiki, noting the shockwave's delays as a key vulnerability. His friends, seeing him overworked, invited him to the beach. He gratefully accepted, happy for the chance to relax. Deciding there was no reason to waste time, they departed immediately. He was surprised to find so many people joining them on their impromptu trip. He had never seen a pony in Seoul, a sight that drew curious stares from everyone. He vaguely explained that he had met Pani in a dungeon, a simple answer for a complex truth. He was glad he had come, the simple joy of the moment a welcome respite. He was happy to be able to laugh and talk with so many people, a rare and precious peace. He wished that this moment could last forever. But his peaceful reverie was broken by a familiar, imposing voice. It was Cha Weian, the Eternal Flame Guild Master, his presence an omen of things to come. Cha Weian was surprised by Jiha's invitation, but hoped the others didn't mind him crashing their vacation. He explained that his guild members, jealous that only he and Chulian were invited, were already on their way. Jiha laughed, commenting on how chill the guild members seemed to be. Weian admitted that while they were relaxed, they could sometimes get a bit out of hand. Their light-hearted conversation was cut short by a sudden, violent explosion from the nearby beach. Weian cursed their luck, lamenting that even their vacation was being interrupted by a monster attack. Sung-hyuk told Jiha to leave it to him, stepping forward to face the new threat. He shielded a young girl from the blast, asking if she was okay. Jiha rushed to the scene, his voice filled with concern. He checked on the girl, who confirmed she was all right, before turning his attention to Sung-hyuk. Weian recognized the explosive energy as that of a mantis shrimp. With the attack coming from the beach, the implication was clear and terrifying. Sung-hyuk immediately took command, ordering everyone to prepare for combat. He knew they had to hold the line until backup arrived. Wei-in urged Jiha to get somewhere safe, knowing he was not a combatant. He contacted his guild, relaying the emergency alert and the presence of a dread-grade monster. Jiha knew they were right, unable to participate directly in the fight, it was better for him to leave. The hunters spread out, forming a defensive line against the approaching horde. The large hunter taunted the monsters, drawing their aggression towards himself. With the creature's attention fixed on him, the others moved in to attack. One of the hunters was struck down, the situation growing more desperate by the second. The origami hunter unleashed her paper missiles and binding spells, trying to create an opening. Her spell strike connected, temporarily stopping the target in its tracks. But it was difficult to completely stop the movements of a dread-grade monster. Her mana quickly ran out, leaving them vulnerable once more. Just as all seemed lost, the Eternal Flame Guild arrived, their reinforcements turning the tide. Wei-in rallied his troops, promising them a relaxing vacation after they dealt with the shrimp. Their arrival boosted the morale of the other hunters, who now had the firepower to push back. The rate at which the mantis shrimp were appearing began to slow down. It seemed as though they could stop the monster wave without causing serious damage. But their hope was shattered as a massive meteor spell rained down from the sky, a new, unforeseen attack. They couldn't understand where the attack was coming from. A disaster is called a disaster because it destroys all hope. A new, far more powerful entity had appeared, the stone mantis shrimp, the king of the horde. The king cast a gravity spell, hurling massive rocks at the beleaguered hunters. The large hunter cried out as his comrade was struck down by the devastating attack. Despair began to set in as they realized how impossible it was to defeat such a monster. Wei-in ordered his guild to stay focused, vowing they would defeat it together. The origami hunter's artifact was beginning to fail, unable to handle so many casts in a short time. Another rock was hurled, and she knew she wouldn't be able to cast her defensive spell in time. It seemed her spell wouldn't make it. Jiha checked on the origami hunter, asking if she was okay. She confirmed she was fine, but her concern was for the gravely injured hunter, Sungo. Jiha gave her an elixir for first aid, instructing her to send him to the hospital after he drinks it. She asked what he planned to do, his own safety now in question. He declared his intention to stop the massive stone mantis shrimp on his own. In the face of disaster, the world may lose hope. Jiha faced the leader of the horde, its body covered in impenetrable stone, and questioned if he could truly do this. Yet, some stand tall and face the impossible head-on. He knew he had to hold it off until backups arrived, his Pterodrone Knight and potent potions his only allies. Such people are often called heroes. He quickly gathered his elixirs, preparing to support his allies. He knew he had to do whatever it took to help them. As he arrived, the stone mantis shrimp let out a furious roar, its rage palpable. He tossed an elixir to his Pterodrone Knight, its powerful effects immediately taking hold. The stone mantis shrimp cast a powerful spell, fused silica. In response, the Pterodrone Knight began to prepare its own awakening skill, the absorbed shockwave. Empowered by the elixir, the awakening skill was enhanced to a new level. Shockwave was temporarily transformed into the devastating Void Wave. The stone mantis shrimp countered with another skill, Dimension Refraction. The clash of powers left the monstrous king nearly defeated, but Jiha's knight was also severely weakened. Jiha contacted Wei-in, asking him to take control of the scene. Wei-in agreed, and together they moved to finish off the weakened beast. Jiha knew his knight would be tired after using such a powerful skill. The other hunters would have to either finish the job or buy time for the knight to recover. Seeing their leader wounded, the smaller mantis shrimp swarmed the hunters. Wei-in ordered his guild to take advantage of the opportunity and defeat them all. Just as it seemed the battle was won, a new, even larger threat emerged from the depths. An evacuation order was issued for everyone near the shore. A kraken, a creature of myth, had appeared, its presence inexplicable. It was a ruin-grade monster, a being capable of untold destruction. The hunters knew they couldn't possibly stop such a creature. At that moment, Jiha heard a quiet, vibrating sound amidst the chaos. He paid close attention, his senses focused on the strange new phenomenon. And then he saw it. The ocean itself seemed to open, the water draining into a massive, unseen maw. He recognized the presence of the World Eater, the colossal demigod he had saved. Even a kraken was no match for such a being, it was swallowed whole. As the World Eater disappeared, the Pterodrone Knight stood ready for another fight. It prepared to unleash its shockwave once more, its energy now fully restored. The kraken and the mantis shrimp were nothing more than a snack for the mighty World Eater. The battle was finally, truly won. Jiha thanked his knight, its power and loyalty proving instrumental in their victory. After the World Eater left, the rest of the mantis shrimps were easily taken care of. The injured were quickly sent to the hospital, the crisis now over. The Hunter Association's manager arrived, having heard the situation was resolved. Hyojin asked about the strange beetle Sunghyuk had been riding. He feigned ignorance, claiming it was just a friendly creature that had appeared. The manager noted they had seen similar beetles before, the mystery deepening. Hyojin reported that thanks to Jiha's elixirs, the injured hunter was doing okay. She questioned what he had put in the potion to fully heal someone who was on the brink of death. Wei-in teased him for being too humble about his incredible abilities. Despite the chaos, he declared they should try to enjoy the rest of their vacation. The origami hunter, ever cheerful, suggested a swim. Wei-in reminded her that with the recent monster attack, going for a swim would likely get her in trouble. She pouted, having already changed into her swimsuit. The rest of their vacation passed peacefully, a welcome calm after the storm of monster attacks. On the drive back, Hyojin noticed Jiha struggling to stay awake and suggested he get some rest. He politely refused, insisting on staying awake to keep the driver company. The car was otherwise silent, the other hunters exhausted from their impromptu battles. Jiha found himself hoping he could go on vacation with these people again, a genuine friendship having formed. The origami hunter thanked him again, admitting he had saved her life. Jiha simply hoped there would be no more dangers like that in the future. He returned to his garden, the familiar comfort of his sanctuary washing over him. With everyone else asleep, he decided it was a good time to get some work done. He experimented with new potion recipes, trying to create one that boosted resistance and healed simultaneously. He received a call from the origami hunter, who was checking to see if he got home safely. She told him about a new rune word she had found, destruction, which would cause attacks to deal critical damage. She asked him to try making a scroll with it, and to make one for her as well. He followed her instructions, writing the rune word exactly as she described. Just as she predicted, a new physical damage enhancement scroll was created. He noted that unlike the scrolls used by magicians, this one could be used by almost any hunter. If this could be commercialized, it would provide a massive damage boost to hunters everywhere. However, he knew that as hunters grew stronger, so too would the monsters they encountered. He resolved to use his abilities to help them get stronger, a responsibility he now felt keenly. He also knew that by strengthening them, he could in turn ask for their help when he needed it. But for now, with his plan set, he decided to get some much-needed sleep. A few days later, a new crisis was brewing. Jiha watched as a group of hunters gathered, the air feeling fresher and more charged than usual. He was stunned to see that the top hunters in South Korea had all assembled in this remote location. They were headed to a hidden cave under a nearby valley. Their target was a mythical creature known as a Taotai. With no known facts about its abilities, they knew it would be a hard fight. They hurried, knowing the beast was about to awaken. Jiha observed from afar, noticing that the bridge leading to the cave was broken. He decided to help them cross safely and get out. He called upon his pterodrones, a silent command for aid. Hyojin noticed the newly formed bridge, remembering it from the news. The strange occurrence made them wonder if someone else was in the area. Inside, they discussed their target, a creature from Chinese mythology. It was known for eating anything, a four-legged beast of immense power. They found strange markings on the wall, seemingly related to the creature's seal. They theorized it might be an indicator of some kind. Sung-hyuk spotted a strange, finger-like object, realizing it would be a disaster if it was a part of the monster. He unleashed an ether slash, destroying it before it could become a threat. The other hunters saw nothing, leaving them to wonder if he had imagined it. At the heart of the cave, they found it, the Taotia's seal mirror. They didn't know what it was, but a palpable sense of wrongness emanated from it. They could see that the ancient seal was about to break. As they approached, the mirror flared to life, its guardians materializing to stop the invaders. Sung-hyuk calmly told his team not to panic. He declared he had no intention of fighting them and ordered his team to cover him. With a blink, he teleported past the guardians' defenses. The other hunters were amazed, realizing he had defeated the guardian with ease. The temple guardian was critically damaged, temporarily stunned by the overwhelming assault. With the path clear, Sung-hyuk claimed the Taotia's seal mirror. Hyojin marveled at her brother's strength, far greater than she had ever imagined. Elsewhere, two shadowy figures discussed the events, noting that the humans were about to wake the beast. With their objective complete, they decided it was time to leave. Jiha, meanwhile, focused on his own preparations, starting with making more scrolls. He needed to make ink balls with green herbs, and he knew just where to find them. The only problem was how to bring the herbs to the hunters without revealing himself. Using his own hand would be seen as a monster attack. He decided to call on an old, unexpected ally. He had a favor to ask of the World Eater. Jiha mused that his supply of green herbs should be enough for now. He was thankful that his plan to trade with the wild elves through Selena had been successful. He had asked the Saintess for a favor, a simple request that would benefit them all. She was to meet with the wild elves and acquire a steady supply of green herbs from their territory. As a trade, he instructed her to offer them salt, a rare and valuable commodity in Gehenna. The Saintess, her faith in him absolute, had agreed to do as he said, declaring him omnipotent. He chuckled, remembering the comical way the elves had looked at the salt. From his god's vision, Jiha watched a group of hunters celebrating their dungeon clear. They eagerly opened the reward chests, anticipating the spoils of their victory. But their excitement turned to disappointment as they found the chests nearly empty. He watched as his Terradrone workers began to take care of the dungeon's aftermath. They were well organized, neatly sorting the monster parts and even melting down scrap metal. He was surprised to see them not just cleaning, but also bringing in new items. He hadn't known they were putting the rewards in the chests as well, a new and unexpected development. He realized that if this was all the hunters received, they couldn't possibly profit from their hard work. A new idea began to form in his mind. Later, at the entrance to a dungeon, a party of hunters gathered, the weather nice for a change. One of the party members worried that their timid companion, Dio-kun, would get scared again. A notification appeared on the dungeon entrance. Ujiha's reward box had updated. It now displayed the image of a shield, a clue that hunters with shields should go in. The party leader, eager for a reward, urged his team to enter and see. Inside, the timid hunter hesitated, his fear getting the better of him. His companion reassured him, joking about the danger before urging him to get moving. After the clear, the party leader noted that Dio-kun had performed better towards the end. His companion teased him for crying again, despite his improved performance. With the dungeon cleared, it was time to see their rewards. To their surprise, they found not one, but 5 reward boxes waiting for them. Jiha had implemented a new system, setting a small cost of 2 essences to open each box. He had also placed special, personally prepared items in some of the boxes. One hunter found a radiant apple, a rare potion material. Another discovered a shiny, powerful shield. They agreed that as a shield, it should go to the party's tank, Dio-kun. They also found strange items inscribed with runic words. With 3 new, mysterious items to identify, they knew just who to see, Master Cat. Jiha watched, pleased that the hunters seemed happy with the new reward system. The rewards would help them get stronger, furthering his own goals. He knew his new guests would be arriving soon and prepared to receive them. The large hunter appraised the note, confirming it was written in runic words. He deciphered its meaning, revealing the existence of a new kind of power, an awakening skill. The note described Dio-kun's awakening skill, Iron Maiden, which could deflect melee attacks with amplified damage. The hunter explained that it was a skill earned by meeting certain conditions. It was incredibly strong, but its cost was immense, consuming all of the user's ether and leaving them exhausted. The note even detailed how to activate the skill. Jiha realized that with this system, he no longer had to directly intervene to help hunters awaken their potential. The party congratulated their tank, his new power a boon for them all. The other hunters eagerly asked how they too could get awakening skills. Their own notes spoke of a giant warhog, a new target for a new trial. The hunter turned his attention to the other mysterious items, the shield and the candle. The mystical candle allowed the user to learn a skill through their dreams. The shield was infused with the protection of the god Ark himself. Overjoyed, Dio-kun gave the large hunter his entire bag of gold, a gesture of immense gratitude. That same night, Dio-kun prepared to use the mystical candle. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. As he drifted off, he found himself in a lucid dream, more real than any he had ever experienced. In the dream, he saw his past self, a moment of weakness where he had failed to protect his party. The dream granted him a new skill, a manifestation of his deepest desire, devotion. He awoke with a start, amazed that he had actually learned a new skill. Dio-kun celebrated, overjoyed at having learned a new skill. He was perplexed, however, having learned a knight skill despite being a tank. He supposed that some dungeons simply had unusual rewards. News of the awakening skill spread like wildfire, a new phenomenon in the hunter world. The method of obtaining this new power was unknown, and the first hunter in the world to attempt it was in South Korea. The Hunter Association and hunters from across the nation gathered to witness the event. The world watched, wondering if they were about to see the birth of the first ever awakening skill holder. The trial began, pitting the hunter against a formidable giant warhog. The hunter knew that the entire world was watching him. As the beast charged, his party members cried out, urging him to activate his awakening skill, Iron Maiden. His comrades watched in horror as he was struck down, his new power failing to manifest. But as the beast's tusk connected, it dissolved into a shower of leaves, the attack rendered harmless. In that moment, he understood that he was born with a different path than others. The reason he always hesitated to attack was not fear, but a deeper understanding. His purpose was to protect his people, a sacred duty to both them and his god. His party was confused, wondering if the strange, defensive power he had just displayed was the awakening skill. They rushed to his side, asking if he was okay. He assured them he was fine, explaining that he had learned something far better than an awakening skill. He had found the path he was meant to take. The story of the tank who used devotion to protect his party became a legend, his tale viewed millions of times online. After the hunter's successful trial, Jiha found a new book in his garden. It was a book of buffs, information, and other aids for hunters. He knew it could greatly improve the hunter's experience in dungeons. He made a few test items, and was pleased to find they all worked properly. Now, he just had to find a way to place them in the dungeons for hunters to find. He began his work, placing the first of his new creations in a nearby dungeon. Later, a party of hunters, including Sunghyuk, prepared to face a green serpent and a monkfish. They knew the monkfish would be annoying, attacking from below while they fought on the surface. Suddenly, one of the hunters spotted something unusual in the dungeon. It was a statue of a praying saintess, radiating a powerful, useful buff. Sung-hyuk recognized the face of Selena. They wondered who could have placed such a thing here. Thanks to the statue's aid, Sung-hyuk and his party cleared the dungeon flawlessly. The statues did their job perfectly, helping them clear the dungeon with ease. When a party member was poisoned, the statue cleansed him and even replenished his stamina. In another place, a young woman experienced what it felt like to enter a dream. She was surprised to find Selena, the saintess, there with her. She saw other faces as well, a gathering of familiar figures in the strange dreamscape. The peaceful dream was shattered as a wave of pain washed over her. The young woman recoiled in pain, a vision of the past flashing before her eyes. She saw Han Sung-hyuk, his expression grim and determined. A shadowy figure loomed over her, declaring that it saw she had no intention of talking. The figure spoke of humanity's future, claiming it would be annihilated. She demanded to know who he was, this harbinger of doom. He identified himself as the eternal sword of the Bingner Legion, a servant to a mysterious lord. He offered to enlighten her, to show her the truth of her world. She scoffed at his arrogance, unimpressed by his sudden appearance. The apostle of Ark's name was mentioned, a figure the shadowy warrior did not recognize. He dismissed the apostle, claiming to be loyal only to his own master. He warned that Sung-hyuk would be consumed by his power before he could ever find the answers he sought. Sung-hyuk, trapped in the vision, grew frustrated that this being could not answer his questions. The warrior made a simple offer: defeat me, and I will give you the information you seek. He recognized the warrior's technique as the first sword blade of his own style. He countered with a whirlwind strike, a furious dance of blades. Back in his shop, Jiha was putting the finishing touches on a new batch of potions. With the last ingredient added, the first health potion of the day was complete. Choi Chulian, the alchemist, praised his amazing work. He thanked Jiha for letting him observe, admitting he must be tired of being watched all morning. Jiha demurred, stating that he got bored working alone. Chulian was astounded by the potion's potency, healing 200 health in just 10 seconds. Jiha admitted that it came out even better than he had expected. The alchemist marveled at his precision, noting that he mixed the exact amount every time as if his body was a stopwatch. With his observation complete, Chulian prepared to leave, thanking Jiha for the demonstration. He promised to visit more often, a prospect Jiha seemed to welcome. Jiha realized his own skills had leveled up, allowing him to create higher quality potions. With his work done, he decided it was time to get some sleep. He retreated to his garden, the air always feeling fresher in his personal sanctuary. But his rest was interrupted by a sudden, violent earthquake. An alert appeared: an earthquake had occurred near the Taotia's seal, and he immediately deployed the terradrones. His allies were making a barrier, a desperate attempt to contain the threat. He wondered if the barrier was truly for containment, or if it meant his terradrones couldn't defeat the Taotai. A new, powerful entity had appeared, the Black Lion. His terradrones, however, showed no fear, their expressions unreadable. He watched, collecting combat data on the battle between his army and the legendary Black Lion. Time passed, and before the arrival of fall, a new gate appeared in the real world. The hunters who discovered it were stunned by its immense size. They decided it shouldn't be too hard to handle, underestimating the threat. As they approached, the gate's classification appeared, striking terror into their hearts. It was a category they had never seen before, a new and unknown level of danger. The hunters gathered before the new gate, its difficulty rated at an unprecedented Category 6. One joked that it seemed someone wished for District 7's downfall. Hyojin commented that Sung-hyuk seemed different, to which he replied that they had all changed. They were now all single-digit rank hunters, a feat made possible by Jiha's incredible support. Sung-hyuk then distributed a new batch of potions, gifts from their mysterious benefactor. The potion's effects were amazing, providing massive healing, stat boosts, and even temporary invulnerability. He told them to thank Jiha for the powerful elixirs later. With their preparations complete, the nation's strongest hunters prepared to enter the gate. Inside, they were immediately met by the guardians of the seal. They had reached the seal's location and steeled themselves for the battle ahead. They noticed the statues Jiha had placed, recognizing them from Sunghyuk's stories. The first wave of guardians, the Black Lions, appeared, their numbers daunting. Cha Weian unleashed his inferno, engulfing the beasts in a sea of flame. Sunghyuk followed up, his sword a blur of motion as he cut through the remaining lions. He unleashed his storm blade technique, a whirlwind of strikes that decimated their foes. Hyojin, having never seen the skill before, asked if it was new, and he confirmed he had learned it in a dream. She was amazed, noting that he had one-shot the powerful Black Lions. Sunghyuk agreed, a sense of unease growing as he felt the victory was too easy. His suspicion was confirmed as a new, more powerful enemy appeared, the Blood Lion. They knew this beast was one rank higher than the Black Lion, a far greater threat. The hunters quickly got into position, ready to face the new challenge. Sunghyuk charged forward, his sword glowing with a powerful ether blade. Hyojin watched, her heart filled with worry, but Weian stopped her. He reminded her that her role was to rebuff and support Sunghyuk, not to rush in. She knew he was right, only Sunghyuk could take on the Blood Lion's direct attacks. Jiha, watching from afar, knew he needed to act in order to help them. He began to gather information about the disaster-grade monsters. But there was no existing information about the Blood Lion. Suddenly, a new entry for the Blood Lion was posted to the Mir Wiki. Hyojin, seeing the update, wondered who could have possibly posted it. With the new strategy in hand, the other hunters prepared to support Sunghyuk. Even with the new information, the Blood Lion's attacks were relentless. One of the hunters, Dio-kun, used his AoE taunt skill, drawing the beast's attention. With the Blood Lion distracted, Sunghyuk moved in for the kill. Just as Sunghyuk landed the final blow on the Blood Lion, another, even more powerful monster appeared, killing the lion in a single strike. The new creature declared it was not an enemy, a statement the hunters found hard to believe. Hyojin turned to her brother, sensing a change in his demeanor. She asked if he knew this monster, a question he answered in the affirmative. He identified the creature as Growler, one of the nature gods. He explained that Growler was not a monster, but a nature god with whom he had made a contract. Sunghyuk asked Growler why he was here, in this strange dungeon. The nature god explained that the awakening of Taotai had begun. He declared himself a guardian, here to compete against the other factions for the prize. He offered to share his power with Sunghyuk, allowing him to reach Taotia's seal first. The other hunters marveled at the immense ether of the nature god, a power unlike any they had ever witnessed. With their new alliance forged, Growler wished them good luck, telling them not to die. Hyojin admitted she was worried, but Weian reassured her. He reminded her that they had Sunghyuk, the former rank 1 hunter, on their side. From his god's vision, Jiha knew it would still be a hard fight, even for his powerful friend. He understood that he needed everyone's help to overcome this new threat. He resolved to stop Taotai, a task they would have to accomplish together. Elsewhere, the shadowy figures from before had arrived, noting the dimensional crack Growler had made was quite noticeable. Their leader chided Taotai for its insatiable hunger, a weakness he intended to exploit. He questioned if the beast truly believed it could take them all on. He dismissed Taotia's power as a useless trick. He ordered the fallen god to stop resisting, to return its soul to where it belonged. The clash of their powers caused the dimensional wall to shatter completely. The rift began to suck in everything around it, a vortex of destructive energy. The portal opened in Sichuan province, China, unleashing the chaotic battle upon the real world. The shadowy leader vowed to stop Taotia's rampage. The weakened beast, however, was already beginning to recover its immense power. In the aftermath of the dimensional breach, Tao Tai and the three nature gods had vanished. The hunters searched for them, but they had disappeared without a trace. There were no signs of combat anywhere, the battlefield eerily silent. Suddenly, the humming bell Jiha had given them began to ring, a new crisis demanding their attention. They worried that something had happened to Sunghyuk's party back at the seal. Inside the dungeon, the remaining hunters were facing the reactivated temple guardians. The guardians, now empowered, were coming for them. One of the hunters couldn't hold on any longer, his strength failing against the relentless assault. Sunghyuk used blink to get into position, preparing to face the threat head-on. The shadowy warrior, his opponent from the dream, appeared before him once more. He warned Sunghyuk that he would soon become ash and vanish, a grim prophecy of his impending doom. But Sunghyuk was unfazed, using blink again to close the distance. Hyojin cried out his name as he was struck down, the warrior's power overwhelming. He retaliated with a whirlwind strike, a desperate last-ditch effort. The warrior acknowledged his strength, better than he had expected. He warned that as the sword techniques grew in power, so too did the cost to the user. Sunghyuk refused to give up, his will unbroken. The warrior declared him lucky, a strange compliment in the heat of battle. Against all odds, Sunghyuk landed a decisive blow, a feat that left the other hunters amazed. Jiha, watching from his garden, knew he had to help. He tasked his terror drones with helping at the seal and taking care of the other hunters. He then sent his knight to find Biam and the others, who had also disappeared. He didn't know what had happened to them, and could only pray for their safety. A familiar sound drew his attention, a beacon of hope in the chaos. His divine companions had returned, and he was overjoyed to see them safe. He checked them for injuries, his relief palpable. He could see they were tired from their ordeal. He told them to rest, a quiet moment of peace after the storm. He wished that this peaceful time could last forever. He knew he would have to borrow their strength again if another threat like Tao Tai appeared, and resolved to be a safe shelter for them. With renewed determination, he knew he could do it. He was, after all, the world's gardener. In the aftermath of the battle with Tao Tai, a period of quiet descended. The three nature gods, wounded in the fight, were treated with Jiha's potions to speed their recovery. Though they had initially fled, the allure of healing brought them back. To his relief, they all healed quickly under his care. As time passed, the cheers for defeating Tao Tai faded, replaced by questions of who was responsible. The appearance of three other large silhouettes besides Tao Tai became a topic of international concern. It was eventually discovered they were nature gods, one of whom was contracted to a hunter from Korea. Amidst the many issues, a confidential conference was held in Korea to discuss the incident. One official theorized that the battle began in Gehenna and somehow teleported to China. The seal's location near Sichuan, China, lent credence to this theory. The most pressing question, however, was why the dungeon had opened in Korea. With no clear answer, many dismissed it as a simple coincidence. Investigators surveyed the aftermath, the traces of combat painting a terrifying picture. One massive crater seemed to have been caused by a single breath attack. The thought of a breath that could destroy a mountain range was staggering. China had attempted to deploy nuclear weapons, but their UAVs were all shot down, leaving no actual footage. An official asked if they thought Tao Tai was completely gone. Another pointed out that if it were, there would have been ether and essence left behind. With no such evidence, the commander declared the situation over and revoked the evacuation order. The president then turned to Ashley, a liaison from the Federal Psyker Association, to assess the battle. She reported that the U.S. had no information about the Category 6 dungeon. The U.S. government was now requesting that Korea share all information they had on the dungeon. One certain thing was that every single numbered hunter had seen the wolf-like nature god. It was confirmed to be the same creature that Han Sunghyuk had made a contract with. It had requested their help in stopping the Guardians, promising to take care of Tao Tai in return. When asked about the combat against the destruction-grade monster, the hunter's stories were vague. Hyojin gave credit where it was due, stating it was only possible because of one person's help. She revealed that Hunter Uchiha, the humble potion shop owner, had helped them a great deal. The awakening skill, the powerful scrolls, and the miraculous elixirs all came from him. She admitted they wouldn't have even dared to step into the dungeon without his help. The president, understanding Jiha's importance, vowed to think of something. He declared that the entire Korean government would now move to protect this invaluable asset. In his garden, Jiha examined a massive ether stone, a spoil from the recent battle. Biam, ever curious, asked if it was from Taotai. The divine creature then presented him with another, more unusual gift. It was a branch from the world tree, pulsing with immense power. As he took the branch, the world tree itself began to glow with a brilliant light. From the light, a new creature emerged, a gentle-looking sheep. He wondered if its appearance was related to the world tree's glowing. The sheep opened a gate, revealing itself to be another nature god. The gate led to a massive, otherworldly library filled with ancient books. He asked the creature if it was the librarian here. Amazed by this new discovery, he decided to give the creature a name. He christened the new demigod Youngi. Youngi explained that it had followed the essence to read the books in this library. Jiha realized the book he had found about dungeon structures must have come from this place. His exploration was interrupted by the sudden appearance of his pterodrones. He noticed they looked a little different than usual. Their shells were green, and their size was slightly altered. Youngi showed him a book, and he began to read. He discovered that the symbiotes in the library were recording everything that happened in Gehenna. He asked Youngi if there was a book about the Gemark Empire. The librarian demigod provided him with a massive stack of books on the subject, which he eagerly borrowed. Jiha borrowed a stack of books from the great library, hoping to find answers within their pages. He wanted to try something, a new plan to aid his allies in Gehenna. He returned to his garden, noticing it had grown even larger than before. He theorized that with Taotai gone, the world tree had absorbed its energy, causing the garden to expand. His exploration of the new area revealed a waterfall, another unexpected addition to his sanctuary. He also found a beehive, wondering if the pterodrones had placed it there. His curiosity led him to discover a new, miraculous material. It was emperor honey, a substance that could permanently increase one's maximum health. He marveled at the symbiotic relationship between his allies. The pterodrones built the house for the bees, and in return, they produced this amazing honey. He continued to develop his sanctuary, placing earthworms to heal the soil and creating a lake to diversify the terrain. Though it cost a lot of essence, he knew the constant dungeon openings would provide him with a steady supply. His thoughts then turned to the Estram survivors and their desperate need for salt. They explained their predicament, collecting salt from rocks or even the blood of animals. The lack of a proper salt mine was why they had been forced to submit to the Gemark Empire's demands. Jiha, his heart moved by their plight, promised to figure something out. He studied the books from the library, finding a location for a potential salt mine, though its exact position was unclear. He dispatched his pterodrone scouts to search the area. He was confident that rock salt could be found somewhere in the vicinity. During their search, the scouts made another discovery, a herd of cattle. It was a surprising find, as he thought all the cattle had run away during the Great War. He knew it would be a great boon if he could guide the herd to the Estram village. He called upon his most capable herder, Growler, the divine messenger. The nature god effortlessly guided the massive herd, an amazing sight to behold. With Growler leading them, Jiha was confident there would be no problems on their journey to Estram. His scouts also found fields of wild wheat, another valuable resource. He asked the pterodrones to harvest it, a task they initially refused. With all the resources gathered, he sent a message to Selena. He informed her that the beetles would be bringing a supply of wheat soon. He also told her to expect a delivery of salt and a herd of cattle. She was overjoyed, knowing how rare and valuable these resources were. Jiha knew this aid would profit him in the long run, and simply asked that she take good care of them. After a while, the salt, wheat, and cattle arrived at the Estram village, a miracle for the starving people. Believing the gifts were from Ark, they placed food on the altar as an offering of thanks. For a time, the pages of Jiha's spellbook were filled with the villagers' praises and offerings to their new god. He studied the scripture of Ark, but found it lacking in detail. He knew there were records on Earth of Ark's followers and resolved to find someone who could guide him. In a nearby dungeon, Dio-kun, the timid tank, was practicing his new Iron Maiden skill. He was pleased with his hard work and recent progress. His training was interrupted by the sight of a lone pterodrone. To his surprise, the creature passed right through the dungeon's invisible wall. His curiosity piqued, he and his party decided to follow it. The path led them to a place beyond the dungeon's boundaries, a hidden, secret area. They were met with an unbelievable sight, a field being plowed by pterodrones. They couldn't understand what was happening, or what this strange, peaceful place could be. From his garden, Jiha ordered the pterodrones to alert the prince and the saintess of the approaching hunters. The villagers of Estram gathered behind their pterodrone guardians, wary of the newcomers. They recognized the hunters as being from the fallen kingdom, which made some sense of their appearance. The hunters were shocked to see the saintess, recognizing her face from the statues Jiha had placed in their dungeons. The villagers watched the strange newcomers, wondering who they could be. They marveled at the prince's handsome features, speculating on the saintess's identity. One of the hunters approached, asking if they were from the same place as Han. The prince confirmed that they knew Han Sunghyuk. He explained that Han had stayed with them for a few years before returning to his home. Dio-kun, the timid tank, recognized their names from Han's stories, Princey Dinskal and Saintess Selena. The prince, realizing they were also from the other world, confirmed their hunter identities. Suddenly, Dio-kun fell to his knees before the saintess, his voice filled with reverence. He pleaded with the saintess of Ark to guide his lacking soul. He explained that he had recently joined the faith of Ark. However, due to a lack of material on Earth, his studies had been difficult. He had been seeking guidance, a prayer that was now miraculously answered. Selena, understanding the situation, welcomed him to their faith. After Dio-kun's confirmation, the hunters and the villagers of Estram began to talk, their initial guards now lowered. They exchanged stories of Sunghyuk and the miraculous recovery of their village. But as the dungeon was about to close, the hunters had to take their leave. Their report of meeting the people of Estram became a hot topic of conversation in the hunter community. Back at his shop, Jiha greeted the returning hunters. Dio-kun presented him with a sacred text, a gift from the saintess. He explained that she had welcomed him into her faith. Jiha commented that it must have been nice, knowing how eager he was to learn more. His companion then shared a little-known fact: for high-ranking figures, giving a sacred item is a step in appointing an apostle. It was a way of choosing a person to spread their belief to new lands. Jiha looked at the scripture, a new understanding dawning on him. He now knew what he must do. The hunters, their business concluded, bid him farewell. Jiha was surprised to find the pterodrone queen outside his shop. She presented him with a gift, a strange new item called a terraste. He recognized it as a kind of fertilizer, a seed that could enrich the soil. The queen then drew a diagram in the dirt, a recipe of sorts. He understood she was telling him to mix the emperor honey and an elixir to create a special jelly. This jelly, he realized, would help with the absorption of ether. His pterodrome workers brought him a pot, and he understood they wanted him to plant the seed there. He followed the queen's instructions, placing the terraste and an ether stone in the pot. He then poured the newly created emperor jelly on top, completing the ritual. The seed sprouted and grew with incredible speed. He knew he had to make a lot of this and use it to further his goals. Soon after, a new type of reward box appeared in the dungeons of Korea. Hunters were surprised by its small size, a departure from the usual chests. Its cost was also higher, 10 essences to open compared to the usual 2. They speculated that it must contain something incredible to warrant such a high price. One group decided to take the risk, and opened the chest. Inside, they found a strange seed, unlike anything they had ever seen. The description stated that it made crops grow faster. It was something that did not exist on Earth, a new and valuable resource. They were confident it was a useful item for hunters, as the chests had never betrayed them before. The Goryeo group quickly announced they would provide funding to purchase these new, mysterious seeds. At the Eternal Flame headquarters, Hyojin offered Wei-in a strange, spicy-looking fruit. She assured him it was sweet if cooked a little. He tried it, and was pleasantly surprised by its good taste and texture. She was relieved that he liked it, her small experiment a success. He asked if she also thought the new seed was important. She agreed, believing it would be nice to pile them up and use them for farming. Jiha called out to his divine companions, surprised to find them lazing about. He called Biam over to eat, a simple routine in their strange life. He then offered food to Paini, the swift-footed demigod. Lastly, he called for Growler, completing the gathering of his otherworldly family. A new, unfamiliar cry echoed through the garden, a sound that put his companions on high alert. Jiha tried to calm them, questioning if there was a problem. He then noticed something burning, the source of the strange noise. He wondered if this strange new bird was another nature god. It was a parrot, a strange and unexpected sight in his garden. He noted that his other companions went crazy after hearing its cry, a sign they likely knew each other. While Biam was a poor climber, Growler seemed to know the new bird as well. He theorized the bird knew a nature god by the name of Guida. Given its strange cry, he decided on a simple name. He would call it Hong. He welcomed the new arrival, his menagerie of divine creatures growing ever larger. Biam ceased his pursuit once the parrot landed on Jiha's arm, a silent truce between the rivals. He learned that Hong was adept at separating seeds and enjoyed collecting them in a personal storage space. Like Youngi, Hong could open a gate, this one leading to a vault filled with heaps of seeds. He tasked Hong with storing the seeds he had acquired from the dungeon chests. A few days later, his new abilities led him to a new purpose. He researched the Global Seed Vault, a repository for food seeds meant to sustain survivors after global disasters. He learned that Korea's own seed vault had been destroyed during the Great War. News reports announced the abandonment of the Svalbard Global Seed Vault operation. He realized that if he could move the seeds to Hong storage, they would be kept safe. The vault was in Svalbard, near the North Pole, a remote and difficult location to reach. He knew he had to find a way to get there. His planning was interrupted by a sharp peck from Hong. The bird spoke, its voice clear and human, telling him they needed to go. Jiha was stunned, he had no idea the parrot could talk. Confused but trusting, he agreed to go with the strange bird. He wondered where they could possibly be going so late at night. Hong spoke a single word, their destination now clear, Svalbard. Jiha questioned how they could travel so far, but the bird was undeterred. It simply stated that it could go, its confidence absolute. Jiha had his doubts, but he trusted his new companion. He found the flight surprisingly warm and comfortable, the fear quickly replaced by wonder. Before them, nestled in the Arctic landscape, was the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. He knew he would need a resistance potion to survive the harsh, cold environment. He thanked Hong for the journey and was surprised to find his Pterodrone knight and its companions already there. With his allies assembled and his goal in sight, he declared it was time to begin. With his allies assembled at the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, Jiha declared it was time to begin. As they approached the entrance, a new threat emerged from the icy landscape. He hadn't expected to find monsters here, and was glad the Pterodrones were with him. He decided it was best to divide their forces to handle the situation. He tasked his Pterodrone Knight with commanding the others to stop the monsters outside, while he took a smaller team into the vault. Inside, the air was cold and spooky, but his resistance potion kept him warm. He worried that the long period of neglect might have damaged the precious seeds within. His fears were realized as he found a werewolf inside the vault itself. Hong, the parrot demigod, urged him to press on, their mission too important to be delayed. Jiha's main concern was whether the seeds were still intact. If monsters had already infiltrated the main vault, all could be lost. To his immense relief, the seeds in the main vault were all in perfect condition. He marveled at the sheer number of them, a treasure trove of biodiversity. Hong and the Pterodrones immediately set to work, their efficiency a sight to behold. Hong opened a gate to his personal storage, and the Pterodrones began moving the boxes of seeds. With 4 million seeds to move, he knew it would take a while. Meanwhile, the Pterodrone Knight searched the exterior, finding no other threats. Jiha worried that if Hong's existence was discovered, it would be hard to make excuses. Upon their return, the Pterodrone Knight reported that all the werewolves outside had been taken care of. Back at his store, Jiha tasked the Pterodrones with delivering the seeds to the Estram village. News of the newly discovered seeds, and the Goryo Group's investment, spread quickly. The seeds became a major new industry in the Hunter Society. The Goryo Group announced they would actively start their Smart Farm initiative. Jiha's attention then turned to the outdated Hunter trade market. Its poor design and lack of visibility meant only a few hunters ever used it. His friends agreed that the system was old-fashioned and in desperate need of an update. As his friends departed for the night, an idea began to form in his mind. He decided to look for a clue in the ancient books he had borrowed from the library. He found a book written by Ark himself, detailing the system applied to the hunters. As he tried to decipher the ancient language, he acquired a new trait, system design. He realized he could use his spellbook to create a new auction house, and even update the market through the Mir Wiki. He planned to use Essence as the currency and his Pterodrones as the delivery system. To launch his new system, he knew he would need to stock some artifacts beforehand. He consulted his Pterodrones, asking if his plan to create an auction house was possible. They informed him it was possible, but it would mean they would have to stop working on the dungeon chests. He was impressed by their dedication to their current task. He had an idea, offering them Emperor honey as an incentive to work harder. He struck a deal, they could keep all the honey, and in exchange, they would bring him the leftover artifacts. The Pterodrones began bringing him artifacts every time he visited the garden. Among the common items, he found a high-rarity shotel, a powerful weapon with multiple traits and skills. He was once again amazed by how good his Pterodrones were at their job. Jiha marveled at the high-quality artifacts his Pterodrones had gathered, a testament to their amazing efficiency. His divine companions returned from their play outside, but they were not alone. He stared in disbelief at the new creature they had brought with them. It was a bear, a large and unexpected addition to his growing menagerie. He wondered where in the world they could have found such an animal. Deciding to name his new companion, he settled on the simple and fitting name of Winnie. Just as he was about to ask what it liked to eat, the new demigod promptly fell asleep. The sleeping bear was suddenly startled awake, letting out a surprised cry. It had run headfirst into Biam, the garden's resident apex predator. He wondered if the bear enjoyed bothering the other creatures, a mischievous streak in its personality. He gently chided the new arrival, deciding to give it a tour of the garden to keep it out of trouble. He showed Winnie the crop fields, a place filled with yummy food. He warned the bear that while it could eat the food, it must not ruin the garden itself. He then showed it the beehives, a source of delicious honey. He set a firm rule, Winnie could only eat honey when he gave it, knowing the bear likely couldn't control itself. His tour was interrupted as the bear suddenly gestured, a new development unfolding. Like the other demigods, Winnie could also open a gate to a personal storage space. Inside was a collection of powerful artifacts, from swords to gloves. He had assumed the bear was a combat type, but this new discovery proved him wrong. He noted that every artifact in the collection had a bonus option. And all of the bonuses were of an incredibly high level. He knew that if he listed these items on his new auction house, everyone would go crazy for them. He asked Winnie if he could take one to test his new system. He chose the Demon Breaker, a heroic rarity sword that would make any swordsman, especially Han Sung-hyuk, go crazy. He wondered what the cost would be to rent such a powerful item. The price was a mere 10 essences, far cheaper than he had expected. He realized this was an insane deal, the very price he was planning to charge for entry to his own auction. The next day, his auction house went live. The Demon Breaker was an instant sensation, hunters marveling at its ether blade and powerful stats. The bids kept climbing, a frenzy of excitement for the first item he listed. The bidding war finally ended when someone placed a staggering bid of 10,000 essences. The news of the successful auction and the incredible price spread like wildfire across the hunter net. Jiha's friends discussed the sale, one wondering if 10,000 essences was too much for the sword. The other argued that for a weapon that could use the ether blade skill, it was worth it in the long run. The buyer, overjoyed with his new weapon, mentioned he was on his way to see the new appraiser. His companion then revealed a shocking secret: the appraiser they were talking about was actually Jiha. Sung-hyuk, the new owner of the Demon Breaker, tested his weapon, its power amazing. He was surprised to find it was even better than he had expected. The haste enchantment allowed him to move with incredible smoothness and speed. When asked how he got it appraised, he feigned ignorance. Hyojin was confused, having thought Jiha was taking a break from appraising. He could only reply that he was lucky, keeping the secret of the auction house to himself. Jiha mused that his latest creation should be good enough for its intended purpose. He wondered if the saplings from the world tree could successfully grow on Earth. He had decided to experiment, planting the saplings to see if they would take root in this foreign soil. With his experiment underway, he prepared to return to his garden to organize his other projects. He noticed that his garden felt emptier than usual, with fewer pterodrones present. Since the launch of the auction house, they had been busy delivering items to hunters. The ones that remained were occupied with crafting artifacts and packaging items. He could see that his loyal workers were tired from their constant labor. He wondered if there was anything he could do to give them better rewards for their hard work. An idea struck him: he could move the beehive to the Estram village and expand it. He knew that expanding the hive would allow them to get more of the precious emperor honey. The environment in Estram, he reasoned, was better for the bees than his own garden. He contacted the saintess, Selena, through their divine connection. Princey Dinskel's voice joined the conversation, the two now able to communicate with him together. He made them an offer. He would send them the beehive, and in return for the honey they produced, he would provide a steady supply of sugar. The prince was astounded. Sugar was an incredibly expensive and rare commodity in Gehenna. Upon receiving the first shipment, the villagers marveled at the substance, a luxury they had only dreamed of. The taste was overwhelmingly sweet, a new and wonderful experience for them. Han noted that while honey was more expensive, sugar was far more useful. The prince and Selena readily agreed to the deal, promising to take good care of the bees. Meanwhile, at a U.S. government complex, an international conference was underway. Other nations were complaining about the recent advantages Korean hunters had gained. The American representative knew they needed to offer something much better to compete. This was the true purpose of their participation in the conference. Among the attendees were Hyojin and Sung-hyuk, who had been begged to join. Sung-hyuk admitted it was good to take a look, though he preferred fighting to politics. Hyojin was certain that Jiha would be a major topic of discussion. She also knew the mysterious appraiser would be mentioned, the two figures now inextricably linked. She was amused by the thought of watching the other nations try to win him over. She knew it would be impossible, as Jiha was not a materialistic person. The Korean representative greeted Ashley, the American liaison leading the conference. Ashley stated that while she worked for the U.S., she was here for a fair conference and would not be taking sides. The Korean representative simply stated he wanted to ensure there was no discrimination against his country's hunters. With the pleasantries exchanged, the Hunter Exchange Agreement conference officially began. Hyojin Riley noted that the basic rules of etiquette would likely be ignored. The American representative immediately began, demanding confirmation of the rumors happening in Korea. She asked about the existence of Ujiha and the Nico appraiser. She questioned the modified reward system in their dungeons. She demanded to know if Terradrones were truly doing deliveries for a new auction house. The other nations joined in, questioning why all these incredible things were only happening in Korea. The Korean representative calmly stated that it was all true. He saw no need to lie, as they had clearly already done their research. He then turned the tables, pointing out that the US also had its own secrets. He brought up their mini-ether reactor, a technology they had kept hidden from the world. Sung-hyuk cut through the political maneuvering, asking if everyone at the conference was a hunter. He told them to cut the bullshit about sharing information. He knew that every nation had its secrets to hide. He got to the heart of the matter, asking if the conference was just about them asking Korea to invite outside hunters. Ashley, skilled in negotiation, offered a trade, the prototype for the ether reactor and 10 of its developers. She stated that ignoring their request was the same as ignoring their nation, and she was not backing down. Hyojin commented that this was pretty much the same demand they made every month. She was only sad that Jiha wouldn't be getting anything out of this political game. Wei-in agreed, knowing he wouldn't take anything even if they offered. Hyojin joked that maybe a box of treats for Biam would suffice. Wei-in then had an idea, a way to reward Jiha without offering him money directly. He suggested setting up a container next to his shop, filled with alchemy supplies. They could use some of the money generated to fund an academy or orphanage, and Jiha could keep the rest. Hyojin thought it was a nice idea, a perfect solution. She marveled at how differently the minds of the rich worked. The atmosphere in the Estram village had changed, a new sense of order and prosperity taking root. A woman from the Gemark Empire arrived, noting that their food shortage seemed worse than the villagers. The prince, confused by her presence, asked what brought the vice-captain Margreta to their village. She inquired about Baron Grom, asking if the prince knew what had happened to him. He feigned ignorance, stating only that the baron had left with his troops. Margreta was surprised he would leave behind the valuable cattle. The prince explained that after the baron left, they had begun bringing in cattle and farming the land. She was suspicious, knowing Grom and his men were not the type to simply leave when asked. The prince decided not to mention how they had been kicked out, a detail that would only distract her. Her soldiers were shocked by the sight of the Terradrones, wondering if they were soldiers sent by Ark who had defeated the ogres. Margreta recalled that the prince had once claimed to believe in any religion when he was an exchange student in the Empire. He dismissed her question as irrelevant at the moment. He declared that his village had made a contract with Ark. He warned her not to do anything foolish, his tone firm and unwavering. She asked if this meant they no longer needed the Empire's help. The prince stated that it would be hard to cooperate with someone who didn't believe in Ark. He then turned to the Saintess, assuming she was also against them. Selena calmly replied that they were not against anyone and would embrace all who accepted Ark. Margreta declared it was stupid to believe in something that doesn't exist. She saw no proof that the strange beetles served this supposed god. The prince countered that while there was no proof, their presence could indicate the god's existence. Margreta, amused, issued a challenge. She declared that if it started raining right now, she would believe in the existence of Ark. But if nothing happened, the consequences would be dire. As if in response, the clear sky suddenly darkened, and a torrential downpour began. The Gemark soldiers cried out in terror, caught in the divine storm. Margreta awoke in a strange bed, her head pounding. The saintess informed her that she had passed out during the storm. She explained that the sudden downpour was a rain from Ark, a direct answer to her challenge. The prince reminded her of her promise. Margreta, still skeptical, questioned if it was truly done by Ark. The prince told her to follow him. He promised to show her something even better, a more definitive proof. Selena led her to the altar, the place where she made her prayers. She prayed to her divine lord to show his power and welcome their new member. Margreta watched, still doubting that such a thing was possible. A golden light filled the room, a tangible manifestation of the god's power, the proof she had demanded. The prince then gestured for her to come, another wonder to be revealed. The next day, at the Gemark garrison, Margreta reported the disappearance of Grom and the development of the village. Her commander admitted he was surprised, especially coming from her. He knew that as long as she hadn't given her loyalty, there was still a chance to turn the situation to their advantage. He stated that the existence of Ark was unimportant, what mattered was the order and survival of their garrison. He warned her to keep the matter quiet, fearing the chaos it would cause among their troops. Margreta, her faith now solidified, knelt before the altar, asking forgiveness for her transgressions as a non-believer. At the U.S. Hunter Management Headquarters, the president reviewed a new proposal from Korea. He ordered his subordinates to check the peculiarities of the Korean hunter scene, with a special focus on hunter Uchiha. At the U.S. Hunter Management Headquarters, a subordinate reported that all the rumors about the Korean hunters were true. The auction house, the awakening skills, the Nico appraiser, it was all real. And at the center of it all was Uchiha, the mysterious shop owner. The president considered his options, his thoughts turning to a new strategy. He valued Jiha immensely, far more than the auction house or the awakening skills. He knew that while nations could build systems, truly rare hunters like Jiha were irreplaceable. He gave the order to contact the Korean government, a new plan now in motion. In his garden, Jiha was faced with a new problem, his demigods were fighting. He knew he had to find a safer place for them to stay. His thoughts were interrupted by a strange humming sound. BM indicated that he wanted him to follow, a silent request for his master's attention. He followed his companion to the shore, a part of the garden he hadn't visited in a while. In the distance, he saw the World Eater, its colossal form a familiar, awe-inspiring sight. He wondered what the massive creature could possibly be doing. The system informed him that the World Eater was moving an island from a corrupted sea. As the dominator of the seas, it was the creature's duty to take care of such things. Its purpose was to cleanse the land and move the ecosystem, the true reason for its name. Jiha mused that all he ever did in the sea was fish and swim, a stark contrast to the demigod's grand purpose. The creature had left the entire ecosystem in his care, a new and immense responsibility. He now had an entire island to take care of, another addition to his ever-expanding garden. As the World Eater departed, its task complete, Jiha made a promise. He vowed to take care of this place, and urged the demigod to come back safely. At the Gemark garrison, Commander Bartok's subordinate accused Margreta of being into a strange religion. He found her training hard, her devotion to her newfound faith evident. She recognized him as Bartok of the Gemark Empire. He asked how her training was going, his tone deceptively casual. Later, in his office, he confronted her directly, accusing her of being into a strange religion. He told her not to lie, revealing a small, intricate symbol. He asked if she recognized the symbol of Ark, a clear accusation. He admitted that he had been watching her, his interest piqued by her strange behavior. She realized with disgust that he had been stalking her this whole time. He declared that she now owed him a favor, her secret now his leverage. She understood his meaning, he knew her weakness, and he would use it against her. He dismissed her, stating he would call her again if he needed her. A few days later, she was still reeling from the encounter. She knew he had been spying on her since that day. She had no choice but to be more careful from now on. Her quarters were invaded, the commander barging in without warning. It was Bartok, his presence a constant, suffocating threat. He questioned her late return, his control over her now absolute. Commander Bartok now had definite proof, one of Gamark's own knights was a follower of Ark. He taunted Margreta with the salacious details from a diary he had found, offering to read it to her. She demanded to know how he dared to disrespect her. He ordered her to show him the proper respect, his tone menacing. He condemned her for her faith, questioning her loyalty to the Empire. He asked if she now admitted that the Empire, not Ark, was born to rule the continent. He questioned if she had forgotten the pledge she made to the Emperor. Her mentor, Bolander, had chosen the wrong person to support. She demanded to know what he wanted from her. Just then, her captain entered, telling Bartok he wouldn't let him proceed. The captain ordered her to pack her things, stating he would take care of the rest. He lamented that he had known she would cause a problem one day, but hadn't expected it so soon. He promised to mark her as an escapee, knowing Bartok wouldn't harm him. He asked if she truly wanted to accept Bartok as her husband. He knew the cruel commander would treat her like a peasant, a fate he couldn't stand to see. He instructed her to leave and head to the place where she had experienced her miracle. She made a silent vow to return stronger. She would come back and slice Bartok's neck herself. Later, the captain was met by one of Bartok's men, who told him the commander was waiting. The soldiers leered at the woman they thought was Margreta, commenting on how Bartok would have fun tonight. After 20 minutes, Bartok's patience wore thin, wondering what was taking her so long. He sent his men to find her, and they soon discovered she had escaped. A report came in, someone was escaping on a horse, heading south. Bartok offered a reward to whoever could catch her. Margreta fled through the forest, knowing the knight's horses were faster and would catch up to her in the open field. She desperately searched for another way, any path to escape. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from a clear sky, blocking her pursuers. From his garden, Jiha observed the strange scene, the knights in a hurry. He had received an oracle, Bartok had blackmailed Margreta, and she was now being chased by the Solar Knights. He knew something bad would happen to her if he left her on her own. He used his god's vision and found her, her situation growing more desperate. He turned to Pani, the swift-footed demigod, asking for its help. He asked it to go and help Margreta, a plea the creature readily accepted. Pani appeared before the fleeing knight in a flash of divine light. The pursuers reported back to Bartok, the lightning and the strange creature making it impossible to chase her. Margreta, stunned, asked if the divine creature had come to get her. She thanked Pani, knowing she had only made it this far because of its help. The journey was impossibly fast, the demigod's speed beyond her comprehension. She wondered how they had reached the Estram village so quickly. She could only attribute it to the blessing of Ark. The villagers recognized her as the knight from before, their expressions wary. They immediately moved to alert their prince. Margreta, her journey at an end, could only offer a silent prayer to Ark. Jiha received an oracle confirming that Margreta Rustel had sworn her allegiance to Ark, ensuring her safety. He greeted Pani upon its return, a silent acknowledgement of its successful mission. He thanked the demigod for its help and offered it food, a simple reward for a divine task. With the unexpected situation in Gehenna resolved, he could now turn his attention to his next appointment. He knew he could get there early, his anticipation growing. He was curious to see what kind of place it was, this new and important location. His destination was the Hunter Academy. The government had established the academy to train young hunters, a new generation of protectors. Its goal was to cultivate talented individuals to face the ever-present threat of dungeons and monsters. However, he noted that their training methods were not always helpful in real combat situations. The curriculum was heavily focused on theoretical and fundamental knowledge. It was lacking in real combat training, partly due to the danger of using real monsters. He understood that a change was necessary to better prepare these young hunters for the world they would face. He searched his system book, looking for a solution, a new way to train them. He met with an old acquaintance who worked at the academy, and was given a tour of the facilities. As he left his garden, his divine companions watched him go, sensing his purpose. They noted that he seemed overwhelmed and busy nowadays, his responsibilities ever growing. With their master gone, they decided to focus on their own duties. The nature god's tasks were simple, yet vital to the garden's well-being. Their day consisted of eating grass. They also spent a great deal of time simply playing. And when they tired of the fields, they would play at the lake. The creatures also took it upon themselves to clean the lake, maintaining the balance of their sanctuary. Meanwhile, the pterodrones were busy with their own work. They had successfully crafted a new piece of equipment. Their purpose was to make weapons for the hunters in the new Estram kingdom. They also took on the responsibility of managing the dungeons, ensuring a steady supply of resources. One day, a shipment of honey arrived from the Estram village. Jiha offered the sweet treat to his friends at the academy, a small gift from another world. As they enjoyed the honey, his mind returned to the problem of training the academy students. An idea formed: he could create a miniature Gehenna, a virtual training ground. He theorized he could prepare a body for their souls to enter, allowing them to experience real combat and return safely. He crafted 2 vessels, one resembling a human and the other something else entirely. Now, he just needed someone to test his new creation. He approached the hunters from the collapsed dungeon, asking if they would help him with something. Their consciousness was transferred into the new bodies, their minds reeling from the strange sensation. Jiha marveled at his creation. The miniature Gehenna had actually worked. This meant that hunters could now gain real combat experience without fatiguing their actual bodies. The real question, however, was whether they could earn skills or level up in this simulated world. He sweetened the deal for his test subjects, promising to double their reward of honey. He noted that while they couldn't use their own skills in the simulation, it was a perfect environment for practice. This would be an invaluable tool for both new hunters and academy students who lacked real-world experience. But he knew that opening this training ground to the public would cost a lot of resources. The hunters returned from the simulation, unharmed and amazed by the experience. Upon completing their quest, one of the hunters acquired a new skill, Resolute Strike. He was overjoyed, his new power a cool and tangible reward for his efforts. The new system was a resounding success, a safe way for new hunters to train and for experienced ones to risk their lives without consequence. For his innovation, the system declared he had grasped part of the World Tree's purpose, and his class was upgraded to Sympathizer of the World Tree. His blessing and sanctuary development skills also leveled up, his power growing with his understanding. His World Tree's blessing now granted even greater stat boosts, as well as a new, powerful trait, Possession. This amazing new trait allowed him to possess any object or animal, and rendered him invulnerable while doing so. He wondered if this was a way for him to experience the world directly, perhaps by possessing a bird. He decided to test it one day, knowing this skill was equally as powerful as the trait itself. But for now, he knew he needed to get more essence to fund his ambitious projects. He planned to install a few of his training dungeons for public use, charging a fee, while providing one for free at the academy. At the Hunter Academy, a new instructor was introduced, someone to teach the students what it truly means to be a hunter. It was Jin Soo-hee, Hunter CO's manager and a powerful Enchantress class hunter. Her lecture was interrupted by a commotion, a student crying out in alarm. A dungeon gate had opened right inside the academy. The students rushed to see it, a mixture of curiosity and fear. A hunter from a previous test group, Youngbeak, was already there, investigating the strange gate. He realized with a jolt that this was not the same gate he had used before. A message appeared: "Welcome to the tutorial dungeon, a place that automatically provided equipment based on class." It assured the user that their real body would not be damaged and instructed them to clear the first stage. The objective was simple: defeat the creepers hiding in the forest. The dungeon even showed the location of the monsters, a perfect training tool. Suhi found the timing suspicious. A tutorial dungeon appearing right when the students needed it most couldn't be a coincidence. She wondered who could have created something like this. Gyungbeek noted that he could only use basic skills, which made sense for a dungeon designed for students. Upon clearing the stage, he was rewarded with a new skill, Power Strike. He realized it was the perfect reward for students who didn't yet have any skills of their own. It was truly a tutorial dungeon, perfectly designed for its purpose. He was then prompted to move on to the second stage. After exiting the dungeon, he was met by a worried Suhi. She had heard from the students that he had randomly passed out. He thanked her for her concern, assuring her that he was fine now. He knew he had to tell the other teachers about this incredible new resource. This gate, he understood, would bring incredible growth and have a significant impact on the future of Korean hunters. The new tutorial dungeon was a resounding success, offering hunters a way to gain experience with no risk. They could even learn new skills based on their combat results, an amazing new opportunity for growth. While many praised the new gate, some were critical. They argued it was unfair that only the academy students had access to such a valuable training tool. Jiha had expected these negative reactions and knew he had to hurry and create dungeons for both new and experienced hunters. He invited his high-ranking hunter friends to a gathering, ready to unveil his new creation. With everyone assembled, he activated the gate, and they were transported to the new training dungeon. Weiyan noted that it was similar to the other dungeons he had created. They found themselves in different bodies with different equipment, just as the reports had said. Hyojin was amazed by the stats of her new gear, far superior to the beginner equipment Gyungbeek had received. A prompt appeared, informing them of the 50 essence fee to train in this advanced dungeon. The other hunters noted their fees were much lower, only 20 and 15 essences respectively. Weiyan grumbled, questioning why his fee was the highest despite being the guild master. He wondered if it was a sign that a crazy reward awaited him. As they paid the fee and entered, their first quest was revealed. Their objective was to defeat the Black Lion, a formidable foe for any hunter. The hunters were shocked. A black lion for a simple training exercise was unheard of. One of them considered running away, his survival instincts kicking in. But Weiyan rallied them, ordering them to focus and prepare for the fight. After the battle, they were amazed, the high-quality gear having made the fight surprisingly easy. Jiha knew this new training dungeon would help Korean hunters grow even further. His friends were happy as well, the variety of monsters allowing for a wide range of experiences. Thanks to the information from Edinskal and Selena, he had been able to recreate the monster environments of Estram. He then decided to apply the same system to the tutorial dungeon at the academy. He knew it would be helpful for the students to occasionally get better gear and test their limits. At the academy, the students gathered before the gate, nervous but determined. One of them resolved to set a new record, his competitive spirit ignited. They compared notes with other groups, trying to strategize for the challenges ahead. Inside, a student named Desul readied herself for the fight. She blinked and missed the monster's attack, her inexperience showing. To her surprise, the attack didn't hurt at all. She realized she felt no pain in this simulated world, a liberating discovery that allowed her to learn from her mistakes. With her fear gone, the fight was easier than she had thought. Their next opponent was a troll, a far more formidable monster. The beast charged straight at them, its immense size a terrifying sight. Desul stood her ground, confident she could stay on her feet after this attack. Inside the tutorial dungeon, one of the students questioned if her companion was really going to use her powerful skill here. A wave of energy washed over her, a strange and unfamiliar sensation. The instructor, Soo-hee, had accidentally said the plan out loud, wondering if she should teach the students this new strategy. She instructed them to use damage over time magic to prevent the troll's health regeneration. The soul took the lead, preparing to cast her firewall spell. With the troll defeated, the students completed stage 3 and were rewarded with a new prize. To their surprise, they had each earned an essence. They compared their rewards with other groups, noting that not everyone had received an essence. They realized it was because they had followed the instructor's tip, using a different strategy to complete the stage. Excited by their success, the students asked if they could follow their instructor outside the dungeon. They arrived at a new location, a sanctuary for hunters filled with wonders they had only dreamed of. They spotted a familiar figure, Kim Dio-kun, the timid tank who had recently become a holy knight. He was spreading the doctrines of Ark, and to their surprise, all the other hunters were listening intently. The students realized that if Ark was behind all of this, then perhaps it was worth believing in. Soo-hee went to ask for permission to enter the main area, telling the students not to wander off. Their attention was immediately drawn to a massive, impossibly large tree at the center of the sanctuary. Their awe was interrupted by the arrival of Cha Wei-in, the Eternal Flame Guild Master. He praised their work in the training dungeon, telling them they would become great hunters one day. Another figure appeared, introducing himself as the owner of the sanctuary. The students recognized him immediately, one of them declaring they were his biggest fan. They marveled at the potions and items he had created, all of which had amazing effects. He presented them with gifts, hoping they would all graduate and become amazing hunters. Soo-hee praised his tutorial dungeon, stating it was an amazing tool for the students. He admitted that simply seeing them happy made him happy in return. She called him an amazing educator, impressed by how much he cared for his students. He was pleased that his simple tip had worked so well, and that more students could now train better. His thoughts were interrupted by Hyojin, who had appeared beside him and was now enjoying a piece of fruit. He watched the students replanting the strange seeds they had found. The seeds grew instantly, naturally becoming a part of his garden. Wei-in noted something strange about the vegetables they were eating. They weren't rotting, a phenomenon he had noticed for a while now. Hyojin theorized it was the world tree, its power preventing the food from spoiling. A shipment of honey arrived from the Estram village, a massive amount that surprised him. The prince explained that by planting more flowers, the bees could move around more easily, producing more honey. He then relayed a message from Margreta, who was confused about her recent divine intervention. But since Jiha's existence proved Ark was real, she had given up trying to understand it and asked him to take care of her. Jiha's attention was then drawn to his Pterodrone knight, who seemed to be in distress. He apologized for making his companions wait and offered them the newly arrived honey. He watched with amusement as they devoured the sweet treat, making it look incredibly yummy. The knight presented him with a portion, a gesture of gratitude to their master. He watched as all the creatures of his garden enjoyed the honey, a moment of perfect, sweet harmony. Jiha watched his pterodrones work, a sense of unease settling over him as he wondered what they were planning. He questioned if they were planning on moving to another location, their strange activity a puzzle. He realized their destination was Earth itself. Their goal was to grow crops using the special seeds and spread them across the world. He knew that thanks to the world tree's blessing, the crops would grow fast and not die easily. The divine companions bickered amongst themselves, their rivalry a constant source of amusement. Trusting in their plan, Jiha left the ambitious project to them. A few days later, he observed that his friends were all doing well, his support having a tangible effect. Pterodrones, once only seen in Korea, were now appearing all over the world, their presence a surprise but not an issue. Jiha monitored the hunter net, noting the numerous complaints about the current system. He decided to start his reforms with the status window. He would swap the positions of health and vitality and adjust the layout for better readability. With so many changes to make, he knew he had no time to rest. He considered the core of the hunter system, hunting monsters to earn essence. He understood that a sense of accomplishment was necessary, a reason for hunters to aim for higher levels. This meant there had to be a reasonable bonus for different levels. He knew that adding a negative bonus as well would earn him the curse of the entire world. He decided to use Han as the standard for a level 50 hunter, and a new hunter as level 1, with more features to be added later. In the end, he was confident that everyone would try to level up to find better artifacts, and hunters would grow stronger as a result. He released his changes in the form of a survey about the optimization of the current hunter system. The changes were an instant hit, with hunters praising the new layout and teasing the arrival of a second class. His peaceful work was interrupted by a frantic call from his employee, who urged him to come to the shop immediately. He arrived to find the entire street covered in strange trees and grass, a mysterious and beautiful phenomenon. The hunters gathered there were all discussing the recent system changes. They wished for similar changes to the dungeons, noting how some classes could clear them too easily. They pointed out that archers, for example, could barely profit from dungeons, their expenses outweighing their earnings. A group of archers approached, thanking him for his potions. They told him his shop was the only reason they were able to stay afloat. He realized he had no idea of the struggles they faced, not being a hunter himself. He resolved to implement a class update next, to balance the playing field. The origami hunter, Sun Young, arrived, her presence a welcome surprise. She showed him a strange new plant, something not from Earth. She explained that she had been discussing botany with the others when it suddenly appeared. She marveled at the new seeds planted nearby, wondering who was doing this for them. He knew this was only the beginning of a grander plan. He examined his possession skill, the ability to instill his consciousness into any animal or object. He had never realized how dangerous Gehenna truly was. His only experience with it had been through the safety of the miniature simulation. He knew he couldn't keep doing that there was a chance he might lose himself in the simulation. He understood that he needed to experience the real Gehenna for himself. In the Estram village, the prince noticed Margarita's troubled expression. She was worried about her stepfather, a man named Bolander. She explained that he was the one who had saved her, a debt she could never repay. It was because of him that she had been able to join the knighthood. She knew that while Bartok might have been scared for a while after the incident, it wouldn't last long. He would soon realize she couldn't hurt him, and a man like that doesn't change. While her stepfather was highly respected, she feared Bartok would slowly try to bring him down. She vowed that if he laid a hand on Bolander, she would kill him and all his men. Jiha, listening through his connection with Selena, offered to check on the situation for her. She was surprised he could do such a thing, but readily accepted his help. He understood that Bolander must be a very important person to Margarita. Using his god's vision, he focused his attention on the Gemark Empire. He found a scene of cruelty, a foreman berating his workers for their slow progress. He noted that the workers were being deprived of food, a tactic to control them. The suffering of the people was palpable, even from a distance. He relayed his findings to Margarita, who was angered by the news but grateful for his concern. Now, he had to find a way to approach Bolander without raising suspicion. An idea struck him as he spotted a small creature. He could use his possession skill on a hamster. The system confirmed it was possible, and he prepared to possess the small animal. His consciousness entered the hamster, his perspective shifting to that of the tiny creature. He saw Bartok gathering his troops for a hunt, a foolish move without sending scouts first. In his new form, he approached Bolander, who was startled by the seemingly demonic hamster. Jiha spoke through the creature, identifying himself as the one who takes care of the world tree. He explained that Margarita had sent him to get Bolander out of Gemark. He decided it would be better to show him the truth rather than try to explain it 100 times. From above, the miniature world of Gemark looked almost like a simulation. But seeing it from the perspective of its people, he could feel their suffering. He pointed out the ones working for Bartok, the enforcers of his cruel regime. Bolander recognized the bones from the Solar Knight's feasts, the scraps left for the starving workers. He explained that the real problem was the higher-ups controlling the food supply, hoarding it for themselves. He described Bartok as just another monarch who couldn't truly control his people. A man who only cared about himself and banished anyone who didn't belong. The gap between the wealthy and the poor was too vast, a chasm that was tearing the empire apart. Bolander knew that if this continued, Gemark would fall. And when that happened, many innocent people would die. He understood that as long as the people were given even a single potato a day, they would stay, their survival depending on it. A new plan formed in his mind: what if they had a chance to eat a full meal? With that thought, they returned to the hamster's body, their reconnaissance complete. Jiha instructed Bolander to look around the town while he went to meet someone. He wondered if bringing the people of Gemark to Estram would change their minds, or simply backfire and scare them. For now, he decided to wait and see what would happen when Bartok captured Margreta. His plan was interrupted by the sight of one of Bartok's men, who seemed to be following them. He sensed the spy's possession level was not low and that he had heard him mumbling something. The spy reveled in his discovery: Bolander was talking to a hamster, a fact that could bring down him and his knights. Suddenly, one of Bartok's men cried out, having lost sight of their target. The commander received a letter, its contents a shocking revelation. It was from Margreta, who confirmed that an apostle of Ark had come to see her. She stated that Bolander had disappeared, failing to show up at their agreed meeting place. The commander pieced it together: Bartok had kidnapped Ark's apostle to frame him. He knew he had to find the apostle, no matter what. And this time, he would finally slice Bartok's neck. At Bartok's stronghold, the commander arrived, surprised to find Margreta there. He questioned her about Bolander, a sense of unease growing within him. Bartok gloated, revealing his successful capture and promising to reward his men later. Jiha, still trapped in the hamster's body, realized he had been kidnapped, a careless mistake in using his possession skill. He checked the duration of his skill, knowing he had to escape before it ran out. His escape was interrupted by a panicked soldier, who urged Bartok to come and see what was happening. A massive Pterodrone army had appeared, surrounding the stronghold, and Bartok's men demanded his orders. They pleaded with him to hurry, their survival depending on his leadership. Jiha knew he would die if he stayed and began to look for a way out. A familiar voice cried out, telling him not to leave. It was Margreta, arriving on the back of a Pterodrone, a timely and welcome rescue. She declared that she would also finish the job she couldn't last time. Jiha's possession skill wore off, and he began to fall. To his surprise, Pani, the swift-footed demigod, arrived to save him. He realized that the pony must have brought Margreta here to save him. He understood that to cleanse Gemark, he needed Margreta's help. Just then, Bolander arrived, demanding that Bartok drop his weapon and release his daughter. He apologized for making her worry, a heartfelt reunion amidst the chaos. She simply replied that he had done well. He believed she had returned to Gemark for a reason. He urged her to do what she must, promising the full support of the Black Lion Knights. As Margreta returned to the Estram village, the villagers were shocked to see her back. The prince knew that her return would cause the wild elves to turn against them. Bartok, his forces now cornered, cried out in rage. Margreta, in the name of the Black Lion Knights, condemned Bartok, the false ruler of Gemark. Margreta, in the name of the Black Lion Knights, condemned Bartok, declaring his reign was over. Bartok, defeated and broken, couldn't believe everything was falling apart, his kingdom crumbling before his eyes. He fell to his knees, lamenting the loss of his kingdom. Margreta watched him, admitting she hadn't wanted him to die. The prince, however, knew that generosity could backfire and that it was better not to leave any loose ends. He respected their methods, just as he had stuck to his own. Jiha's possession skill finally ended, the strain of the long ordeal taking its toll. His consciousness returned to his original body, the hamster form dissipating. He knew he had more work to do, another crisis averted but the larger mission still ahead. He instructed his terradrones to guide the displaced people of Gemark to the Estram village. He motivated his allies with the promise of more honey, a sweet reward for their hard work. With the help of the terradrones, the housing and food issues were solved, but a new challenge arose, integrating the people of Gemark, who had long been against Ark. The people of Estram, however, were willing to share what they had and do their part. Selena explained that it was all part of Ark's design, and that no one in their village would deny his will. She admitted that if the people of Gemark became saints like them, they would be welcomed as part of the family. With her blessing, Jiha instructed her to make the necessary preparations. The next day, the work began. Despite the heat, the villagers worked tirelessly to build new homes and lay down roads, just as the prince had asked. The new path was paved, allowing the immigrants to move to their new homes with ease. News arrived that 1,000 people were coming, a number far greater than they had prepared for. With the help of the terradrones, they managed to complete the preparations in time. The prince knew he had to work even harder to provide for his growing population. From his vantage point, the wild elf elder Croydle watched the developments in the village. He learned that they were preparing to receive a large number of immigrants, clearing roads and building an entire new village. His subordinate worried that the two groups' different principles would lead to conflict. He dismissed the idea, knowing the Gemark leader couldn't be foolish enough to risk their lives, but also knew humans could be unpredictable. He knew they needed to maintain a close relationship with the Estram people, who were blessed by Ark and held clues to the World Tree. That same night, a meeting was held in the Estram Hall. The Apostle, in his true form, appeared before them. One of the Gemark knights questioned his form, mistaking him for a normal leopard. He simply replied that he was the Apostle. Another questioned the hamster, which he confirmed was also one of his forms. With everyone gathered, the conference began. Jiha watched them speak, a quiet observer of the historic meeting. He knew that eventually, they would learn to coexist and help one another. The leaders of the newly allied factions concluded their meeting for the day. The wild elf Croydle, however, remained focused on his own goal, finding a clue to the World Tree. The Apostle thanked them all for coming, his presence a unifying force. Before they departed, he announced he had a gift for them. He presented them with a small, unassuming object. It was a branch from the World Tree, a priceless and sacred artifact. They stared in awe, barely able to believe such a thing was real. A few hours later, the branch had been planted, and a new tree began to grow. The elves, who thought they would never see one again after the Great War, were moved to tears. They thanked the Apostle for letting them witness the World Tree's rebirth. With the World Tree now in place, the two worlds began to resonate with each other. Jiha knew he had given his demigods their tasks, and now he had to focus on his own. He found his garden bustling with activity, a decent number of terradrones having returned. In District 8 of Seoul, a reporter covered a strange new phenomenon. Strange, animal-like monsters had appeared, protecting the buildings but not acting hostile. Meanwhile, at Hyojin's house, a similar scene was unfolding. Sunghyuk was preparing to leave, his expression grim. 2 hours after the animal monsters first appeared, the tide of battle began to turn against the local dungeon boss. The district boss, Kango, was defeated by a creature with a wolf-like appearance, a sign that these new monsters were on humanity's side. Sunghyuk arrived on the scene, explaining that he was here to talk to the wolf. He revealed that he had some connection with the strange new creature. A hunter from the association informed him that the situation was almost over and they were about to enter. But the situation was far from over. Kango had been defeated, but a new, larger threat was emerging. As the dust settled, the hunters were met with an unbelievable sight: the entire Estram village had been transported to Earth. Sunghyuk ordered his team to secure the area, knowing these people needed to be protected. He asked if it was possible to meet them, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and disbelief. He spotted them in the distance, a familiar group in a wholly unfamiliar land. He approached, and the prince turned, his own eyes wide with shock as he recognized his friend. The prince questioned how it was possible, demanding to know if they were now on Earth. Han pointed to the sky, asking if he saw Mount Apido, a landmark that had always been there. The prince looked, and his world shattered as he saw nothing but the empty sky where his mountain should be. Han welcomed him to Earth, a grim new reality for the last prince of Estram. Han Sunghyuk confirmed the impossible truth, they were indeed on Earth. He knew this must be surprising, their home mountain having vanished from the sky. With the introductions made, he suggested they talk about what to do from now on. News of their arrival spread quickly, the people from Gehenna becoming an instant sensation. At a press conference, Prince Dinskal expressed his gratitude to the Korean Hunter Association for welcoming them. He promised to share all the information they had, a gesture of goodwill and cooperation. Jiha watched the news, not expecting the people of Gehenna to appear on Earth. He confronted his demigods, questioning if they were responsible for this. They remained silent, and he surmised it must have been the World Tree's order. He invited the displaced people to eat, a simple gesture of kindness in a confusing time. He realized that the connection between the worlds was still active. The one thing he had learned from all this was that the World Tree could be used to migrate from Gehenna to Earth. A few days later, his shop had become the pride of District 7. The reason for this was the giant tree that had sprouted nearby, a sapling from the World Tree. Onlookers knew it was the World Tree, its rapid growth a testament to its power. Jiha marveled at the fact that there was now a World Tree in his own garden. He welcomed the new arrivals, the people of Estram, come to see the source of their salvation. The villagers were overjoyed to see Biam, a creature that felt oddly familiar to them. They marveled at the strange animals, eager to visit the amazing place of Estram one day. One of the Gemarch knights recognized the apostle's mark, a shocking realization. Margreta stepped forward, introducing herself to Jiha. He pretended not to know her, praising her for her brave deeds in Districts 7 and 8. She mentioned she had heard his potions and scrolls were the best, her purpose clear. She declared her intention to become a hunter with her knights, unwilling to receive help from the Korean government forever. Jiha offered her a small gift, a token to help her on her new path. As she departed, she told him she wanted to show him something. He reflected on the strange new reality, seeing the people from the miniature world in person. After they left, he found a note had been left for him. It was from Selena, asking him to visit her, a strange request considering they had only just met. He decided to go, realizing it would be his first time entering Gehenna in his own human form. He arrived to find Selena waiting for him, a warm welcome to her world. Selena was surprised by the note Jiha had left for her, a small gesture with deep implications. The prince asked her a direct question, did she believe in Ark? She explained the legend of their god, who had created their world and watched over Gehenna before vanishing. Now, an apostle had appeared, caring for Gehenna in Ark's stead. Han added his own piece of the puzzle, mentioning the apostle was from another world with its own world tree. Selena admitted she had begun to have reasonable doubts that Jiha himself was the apostle. The world tree next to his store, the bag of salt, the nature god, it was all too much to be a coincidence. She looked at him, her voice filled with awe, and asked if he was truly the apostle. He knew it was time to tell them the truth, the weight of his secret too much to bear alone. He simply replied, yes, I am. With the admission made, he confirmed that he was indeed the apostle. He explained how he had been helping Gehenna, doing everything he could to guide them. The prince was stunned, wondering if Ark had been behind everything all along. Jiha demurred, stating he simply followed the world tree's will. Margreta knew that if his true identity spread, the powers of Earth would not leave him alone. Selena, her heart filled with gratitude, pledged to do anything for him. He had only two requests, that they keep his identity a secret, and that they treat him as a normal person. Selena agreed, promising to help him however she could, though she warned he might come to her with a big request someday. As Margreta swore her own allegiance, a system notification appeared before Jiha. He could now assign her as his champion, a role that would drastically increase her stats. The prince recognized the title. An arch-champion hadn't been seen since the Dragon's era. Jiha hesitated, knowing there was no going back and that Margreta had her own life and goals. But she insisted, vowing to serve him with her life, a price she was willing to pay. He decided against it, believing that their human connection mattered more than a system's decision. Margreta, touched by his consideration, asked if she could call him by his first name, as her captain did. Selena then presented him with a book, A History of the Dragon's Era. It would help him understand what dragons were and how they had vanished without a trace. It was a study of the era, focusing on dragons and those who called themselves neutrals. He wondered if the champions of that era were truly as powerful as the stories claimed. He read of an era where dragons, humans, and monsters coexisted. The champion's job was to prevent wars between the factions, a delicate and difficult task. He learned of Astragon, a self-proclaimed nature god who had torn the dragons apart and placed his bones in the sanctuary. It was the champions, alongside the nature gods, who had finally stopped the rogue dragon. The story felt unreal, a grand tale of dragons and heroes that sparked an idea in his mind. He realized he could create a new training dungeon based on this epic story. While the current training gate was fine for lower-ranked hunters, it was insufficient for those of mid to high rank. He didn't want to make a simple dungeon without a story, and this was the perfect narrative. He envisioned a typical, saves the princess trope, with an evil dragon as the final boss. He set the level limit to 35, with a maximum of 10 players, a new world of his own creation. His first task was to prepare the dolls for the hunters and the dragons, the avatars for his new game. His friends, eager to help, set out to find the materials needed to complete the project in time. He returned to the Great Library, a place of infinite knowledge. The librarian demigod, Youngi, led the hunters through a blistering hot desert. One of the hunters complained, wondering if they were just walking aimlessly. Youngi communicated that it was asking for help. The hunters were confused, wondering what kind of help could be needed in the middle of a desert. Before they could question further, Youngi bolted, rushing towards an unknown destination. The path was blocked by a massive, reptilian creature. It was a drake, a powerful monster standing guard. They realized Youngi had gone to get help, a desperate plea to overcome this obstacle. Hours later, back in his dream garden, Jiha was planning his day. His peaceful morning was interrupted by a shocking realization: Youngi was gone. He then noticed that Biam and Growler were also missing. Suddenly, a group of rabbits appeared in his garden, a strange and unexpected sight. He asked his missing companions where they had been, and Youngi returned with the new arrivals. He greeted the leader of the rabbits, introducing himself. He worried that his garden didn't have enough space for all of them. To his surprise, the rabbits created their own space, a new home within his sanctuary. He decided to name their leader Moony, a fitting name for a moon rabbit. He asked Youngi what had happened, and learned that they had helped the rabbits escape from the drake. He found it strange that a drake would be in the desert, as they normally live in marshes. He was then surprised to learn that Moony could also open a portal. The reason for the drake's pursuit was then revealed: Moony possessed a set of dragon bones. He wondered what type of dragon these bones could have come from. He examined the bones, noticing strange carvings depicting animals fighting a dragon. Recalling the book from Selena, he realized these must be the bones of Astragon, the rogue nature god. A new idea began to form: he could use these bones to create a dragon dungeon. He asked Moony if he could use the bones for his project. He had acquired a new skill, life creation, which allowed him to build a body and breathe a soul into it. But he wondered where he could possibly find a soul to complete the ritual. As if in answer, a spectral form appeared, the soul of Astragon. He would build a new body using the bones and let the world tree absorb the tyrant's soul, cleansing it of its memories. He began the ritual, using his new life creation skill. A great soul settled into a new body, and a timer appeared, counting down the hours until its birth. With the basic formation complete, he moved the new body into a miniature world to await its awakening. In another place, a young woman awoke, her surroundings unfamiliar. She felt a strange energy, something calling out to her. She knew that the empire's capital should be nearby. Her quiet contemplation was shattered by a sudden, terrifying roar. Margareta questioned the sudden friendliness between the prince and his otherworldly companion. Suddenly, a gate opened in District 7, and a massive dragon emerged, its presence a terrifying omen. The Eternal Flame Guild immediately moved to handle the situation, their leader taking command. With a rallying cry, he ordered his guild to charge, ready to show the world what they were capable of. A young girl found herself face to face with one of the dragon's champions, a powerful and intimidating foe. The dragon let out a furious roar, its patience wearing thin. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared, scooping the girl up and saving her from the dragon's wrath. The hunters were confused, but realized the hand was trying to help them. Jiha, watching from his garden, realized a dragon had appeared in District 7. He had managed to sneak back to his garden while Wayan and Margareta were distracted by the attack. He knew that a dragon couldn't just show up without a dungeon break, meaning one of his demigods had let it through. He confronted Yoongi, who admitted to accidentally sending Astragon to Earth instead of the garden. Jiha reassured the distraught demigod, telling it that everyone makes mistakes. Meanwhile, the young girl found herself in a strange new place. She recognized the World Tree, a beacon of hope in this unfamiliar land. A figure appeared before her, a human who demanded to know who she was. He in turn asked if she was the Red Dragon Astragon. She scoffed, declaring that if he knew who she was, he should show the proper respect. He simply replied that he was 25 and asked if she was hurt. She demanded to know where she was, this strange land of small lights. She demanded he tell her the truth, her patience wearing thin. A voice echoed through the garden, admonishing her for her careless speech. Akatol, the god of the garden, appeared, his presence commanding and absolute. He revealed that 500 years had passed, and the world had been shifted to Earth. He chastised her for forgetting her purpose, urging her to accept the new reality. A Terradrone showed her a vision of the past, a memory of her father. She had thought her father had left her, a painful memory she had long buried. Akatol explained that she was chosen by the god of the sacred laws 500 years ago, her body weakened by the long sleep. She struggled to accept the truth, her world turned upside down. He gave her a few days to process the new reality. She knew that without a purpose, the creatures of Gehenna were lost. Akatol offered her a new purpose, become part of this garden. As she considered his offer, a refreshing breeze washed over her. She realized that perhaps she could live here, a new life in a new world. Jiha decided she would need a new name, something simpler than Astragon. He would call her Yong, a new name for a new beginning. She accepted her new name, and her new master.